Check, check. Mic check. Yeah, you guys are here. Hey, it's a couple minutes early, but I'm starting because I'm just sitting. I notice I'm sitting here right in front of the computer, wrenching on something, and in case anybody wanted to get started, I'll just turn it on. It's good for the algorithm. We don't get a lot of new people, I've noticed. Most of our viewership. Hey, Tom Anderson, welcome to the stream. How are you doing tonight? You're first. We don't get a lot of new people. Like most of the people are just like returning. So I'm glad you guys come back because if it weren't for you, there would be no one. YouTube they can't find anyone else who is all that interested in what we're doing, which is okay. I found a new person today, some guy over across the pond, as they say. He was working on a gearbox for some old vehicle. Hey, I started already?
You started?
Well, I'm sitting here in front of the desk, staring at the camera, like, well, I'll just turn it on.
We got a hood
Tom
stick.
Anderson here's already.
I see that. Well, you must have just started because I left the house that wasn't there yet.
Tom, you don't even know. That air condition, I've got...
You know what? It's 88 degrees in here right now. 88 Fahrenheit. So I don't know what that is.
For 5 minutes, it feels hot in here.
And but the humidity's not like it is outside. I mean,
not like it is outside. I should go outside. I'll appreciate it.
When I notice when I come in, it's better in here. And you know, I'm a desert rat, so 88 and dry is not too bad.
I think Tom is referring to working on the car's air conditioning gets expensive real fast. And
every air conditioner is expensive.
That is the truth. It is.
There's a lot of stuff here.
Yeah,
I don't even know where to set my stuff.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe we could put some of the other stuff away.
Well, you filled the desk up.
I know. It's almost like I'm doing something
in the shop.
Yeah, I know.
You work right here, and sometimes we got to work right here.
Well, you know, before I started the stream, this was a good place to be, so.
Yeah, so I'm going to get my chair and move it over there.
Yeah, get your chair.
See, I got this. I got my favorite little table. It's all
Buddy Carafano is here. Welcome, buddy. We are fighting for our lives in this sweatbox of a shop. My dumb arse left the air conditioner off last night.
You know what I remember? This is what I recall.
I remember it.
I said, is the AC on? And you said,
yeah.
Yeah. And then you went, wait a minute. You went over there and you pushed the button. I heard it start up. So I know that's what we did when we left.
Try.
So something happened. You know,
Are you sure that wasn't the night before?
I don't know. We had a little power glitch or something, and
that could be it.
Turned it off. You know.
Yeah.
It's not a switch. It's an electronic gizmo.
I robbed some parts out of the Robin Air machine to make the vacuum pump work, and then I fixed these parts here. I had to finagle some parts to connect the vacuum pump to the car, and we vacuumed it down. But now I'm trying to put this. Oh, Mama M3 is here. Colleen says it's 86 in the carport now. About 78% humidity. Fans are a necessity. Yeah. Yeah, we're working our way slowly down.
It's 88 in here.
Yeah.
But I bet the humidity's probably under 50% in here.
Sit here for 5 more minutes and you'll realize.
Well, I know when I walked inside it felt way better than outside. Way better than outside. Yep.
Yeah. I got to put this valve together and this set of valves back. I got this set put back together.
And I'm late getting here, so yeah, I usually get here half hour early. And I got here.
You didn't have to be
and
here
you said that, and you know what? I ate 2 tacos.
Oh, you ate good?
I ate 2 tacos.
What did you make tacos out of?
There's no taco meat, so it was cheese and vegetables.
Okay.
But that's okay.
Tim's here. Welcome, Tim. The block party was good. No rain. Great, Tim. Did you guys have shade?
He spells like I do. I double letter a lot of things.
Did you do the balloon toss, or did you do the egg toss? Which thing do you do? What games do you play at your block party, or am I completely to you? Volleyball? It's awfully hot for volleyball.
You know what a block party is here?
No, what?
That's when you have an engine apart.
Oh, that's right.
It's on a stand.
Block party.
There's no crankshaft or pistons yet.
That's what we did down at Tony's the other night.
Yeah, we had a block party.
Working on that 3.
Oh, you know what? Did you see Tony's video today? Or maybe it was yesterday. probably yesterday.
I think I've been curious about what he's doing.
He honed the cylinders the best he could.
Yeah, I saw it.
They're terrible. You remember us with the Slant 6? We had a couple spots like that.
Yeah.
His whole engine's like that.
It's
and
pretty,
you know what?
Rough.
It'll run. It'll
run.
It'll run fine.
You know, the worst part though is that real bad ridge at the top. Ours was sort of down a little ways, but when you have it all the way at the top where you're at your maximum compression, that can hurt it. But even if it's a 383, if it's down on power on one cylinder, it'll run fine.
Okay, so now it's 10 o'clock.
Smoke a little.
10 o'clock here.
Tabo, sorry, we started a little early. Retired Inspector Bruce is here. Welcome, Bruce, and welcome, Dean. People are jumping in here on time.
59 degrees right now in Petaluma. Oh, it's much warmer than that here. It's 88 shot, man. It's but we got the air conditioner on. The thing is, we usually leave it on at daytime, so it's nice in here.
Yeah.
But it was off for some reason.
I messed up.
So I'm not convinced of that.
I think it was. Well, it could have been a power flicker.
So, but because the air conditioner's on, the humidity's way down in the shop. I walked in from outside. It's a sweat box out there, and I came in here. It's like, oh, this is pretty nice.
Bruce says it's 59 in Petaluma.
Petaluma.
And that's low.
But that's near the Pacific Ocean. So I know living near the Pacific Ocean, that air comes in the summertime in the evening, and it does. I mean, that is a little low, but yeah, it cools off along the coast.
All right, I better give out points. Let's see. A bunch of people here. Bruce, you get it for being the first 10 p.m. timestamp. I know sometimes you guys are working hard to get that 10 p.m. timestamp, and I appreciate you for it. But Bruce got it. There can be only one. I'm going to give Bruce 5 points. Congratulations, Bruce, for getting here at the 10 p.m. timestamp. Everybody else who's here so far, who has made a comment in the chat, gets 3 points. Because everybody's commenting, and you're all my friend, and it's hard to give different points to different people. Play favorites. Go ahead.
Me?
Yeah. They didn't have a blow-up balloon house, but they had a Lego truck for the kids. That sounds like fun.
What is this? Mama Colleen says, we went to Magnolia Buffet. I don't know what that is.
For lunch.
It's a lunch and dinner.
Stuff themselves silly. That sounds awesome.
That sounds so
we
good.
We used to call it dinner, but lunch and dinner is a lunner. Yeah.
So I like buffets. I do tend to eat too much, but I really hit the salad bars hard, so I kind of like that.
Is a Magnolia buffet an Asian buffet or a Southern buffet?
I was going to look it up.
Okay, go ahead.
And then I'm looking at other things. Tavo says 10C here reached our max for the day. 10C is comfortable. But I don't know. It's a little cool.
Yeah, especially if it's a lot cooler overnight.
15C is a standard day, which is 59 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay.
So it's cooler than that. So that's. But then Dean Stevens says foggy and 35, 34 Fahrenheit. That is not pleasant as far as I'm concerned. That is not pleasant. That's like inside with the heat on. Or in the car with the heat on. Let's see.
Old McDonald has a car.
Oh, that's straight.
In with first comment of the night. Am I late and did I miss anything? I don't think you've missed much. We kind of just got here. I didn't even do the official type introductions. I think we're just doing the weather. Everybody's giving their weather and their dinner and talking about their day.
Now, Straight Bullet says Northern California is 80, so I know he's inland. See, the valley in California is the San Joaquin Valley in southern part of California, and then Sacramento Valley in the northern part of California. And those valleys get really hot, so the air rises out of there, but air's got to come in to replace that air, and it just sucks the coastal air in, which is cool. So I know this from living there. So along the coast, it gets pretty cool at night, and the valley stays pretty darn warm. So yeah, I can see where 80 inland is. Man, I know that weather pattern so well. In the summertime, I always like being over in the valley better. but it was a little bit humid, but not like here. Oh, Inspector Bruce says, I see you using Kinetics pliers wrench. I used to use those a lot at work. You know what? I discovered those at work, and I saw somebody using one. I thought it was like a pair of channel locks or something. I thought, and he had a nut about this big that was torqued like with 150 foot-pounds or something, or maybe it's more than that. I thought, you're not going to get that loose. He went and loosened it right up.
No.
And no slippage, no. I said, let me see that. Yeah, well, Kim and I were in a store a couple of nights ago, and I was looking at the tools, and Klein Tools, makes a lot of electrical pliers and Klein Tools, and they have a pair that looks exactly like that and look like pretty high quality. So now there's another brand, Klein, that's pretty good, and I know there's a Chinese brand that's like that, but I haven't tried them.
Chinese.
Chavo says 25 to 30 feet is my happy place. I believe that. Striggle, you can't stuff yourself with lettuce, Buff. What is this? Yep, I have two orbiting around the meat. This is what happened. Kim cooked a bunch of taco meat, and we kind of keep it in the refrigerator, take some out, and heat it up to make tacos for a few days. And the meat is gone. And so what I did, I had cut up an onion earlier, so I put cheese and a bunch of onion in the taco, and I heated it up. And so the onion wasn't raw. It was still crunchy, though. Man, it was pretty good. It's not really a complete taco.
See, we're talking about dinner and weather. That's okay, though. That's okay. That means things are going well. I did notice that our moderator, Kevin, is having some family difficulties. So please keep them in your prayers, thoughts, whatever you use to get you through tough times, because we all have, but it's no fun being it. And Tavo said that AC machine panel looks like it belongs in the cockpit of a light aircraft. I mean, it is commercial. It is a commercial instrument.
But it's 1990s technology, but it's.
Well, yeah, there's.
Yeah. Can I forget? Oh, where's the mouse? Oh, it's over there.
Oh, I don't know. What do you want to do? Scroll up?
I want to see what the name of that buffet is, because I'm going to put it in here.
It was Magnolia.
Okay, forget it then. Don't scroll up. I don't need you to.
It was the buffet, better known as Bacteria Bar. Oh, come on now. They had everything: sushi, seafood, meat, Chinese, fruit, salads, and dessert. That does sound like the kind of place where you stuff yourself silly.
If any of you watch Uncle Tony's Garage,
nobody does.
He used to do the lives, that I was on lives for a long time. So he used to talk about a buffet he'd go to. It's a buffet, it's a restaurant. He called it Dr. Mengele's. So I was down there one time, and he was going to take me to dinner, and I said, yeah, sure, I'll go. And he goes, where do you want to go? And I said, I want to try Mengele's. And he goes, no, you don't want to eat that. And I said, yeah, you talk about it so much, I want to go there. And he's like shaking his head, so he took me there. And you know what? It was about like a military chow hall. It wasn't bad at all, but he got Dr. Mengele's. Yeah, okay, so here we have, this is the place. This is John Wilburn way of showing. Man, am I shaky? That's the way John Wilburn shows pictures. But that's the Magnolia's. That looks like from the outside, it looks like a pretty decent place. Looks like a big place.
Are you giving me the Wilburn look?
Yeah, just showing a picture on my phone.
All right.
Except I was holding it straight out there, so I was a little wiggly.
So I'm going to give
Josh Holman's here. Hello.
I'm going to do the official introduction, because we're supposed to do
Not
the
proving
thing.
that I am human. Ron Bertram, here.
Fair. Welcome, Ron. I don't remember Ron. Have you seen that name before?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Yes,
and EFOG is here as well. Welcome in. All right. I am Kim of Kim Fixes Things. You can find my channel also on YouTube at Kim Fixes Things. I have not done a me project there so much lately, but every once in a while I will post something, so check that out sometime. But you have found the Buff Del Campo channel. I am here with your host, Buff Del Campo. I am the engineer and background assistant tonight. And we are here to entertain you, but we are also in the shop. So we need to get some work done. We're fighting for our lives here.
It's not that bad.
No, I just mean we'll lose the shop. We gotta get some stuff fixed in here. And yeah, I think that's the whole introduction. Oh, the points system. I like to give points. Sometimes I'll look for some excuses, and I'm always looking for new excuses to give out points. And eventually, we're going to use those points so that frequent flyers, people here on a regular basis, you'll have collected points, and you'll be able to use them for something. I give away junk.
There's a Subaru out front for 50 points, which is really cheap.
And nobody seems to want
But you got to come get it.
It's
all complete. The only problem is it has a timing belt issue. So you're going to have to fix the engine.
Nobody wants my broken Subaru.
But, and it comes with some parts. So a bunch of extra parts.
2 extra motors that are also bad.
So for 50 points, I mean, you're going to cash in points you're keeping track of yourself.
Yeah.
I know there's lots of people in here.
No delivery not included. And somewhere in here there is a
what the hell
10 microfarad diode that's burned up that came from this machine that I'm working on tonight. And that's got to be worth something. I would give it away for, if you wanted it, I will ship it to you for just 10 points. See?
Well, you deliver 75 points.
And we want to get stickers made, but stickers are expensive. Holy cow.
Everything's expensive.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why they cost what they cost, but I hadn't thought about it. Oh, here it is. Look at this. This is the burned up.
Looks like a piece of burned up
10
popcorn.
microfarad. Yeah, it looks like a popcorn kernel that we got off of the board, and now this turns on. We don't know for how long, but heck, let's give it a try. We're going to run through its paces. Even if I can just get the scale to work, that'll save me $50. And hopefully it will run the vacuum pump, and maybe even, just maybe, the automatic refrigerant recovery system in that machine will start working.
Well, she had it turned on. It's working. We just don't know if the whole system's working, but it's not burning up the board again.
The Subaru has a charged system. The
you're going to rip off all the
refrigerant? The white Ram has a refrigerant system that needs pumped down, so I can scavenge parts off of it. And then the Jeep has a bad compressor, but a full load of Freon. So we'd like to pull that out, save it, replace the compressor on that system, because that system's way newer. It'll probably work with a new pump. So anyways, if we could get this working, it would make all kinds of new work for us to have to get done, which...
Before it disappears, Stray Bullet says, I like military chow halls. And then way down the chat, I see Inspector Bruce says, I learned to like liver and onions in the military chow hall. You know what? So did I. Yeah, I don't know what it is about military food. People complained and hated it, or they didn't say anything and they got fat, and I was one of those. So it was excellent. I can't imagine why not everything. Once in a while there's something maybe I didn't like so much, but mostly the U.S. military food is freaking good.
I think some of it's dependent on how good the cooking was at home. You said your mom wasn't the best cook.
You know, my mom cooked. She always made sure we had balanced diets by the old food pyramid, this many carbs and this much, it was all wrong, but that was what was believed to be right then. And she did that. She didn't make anything with any spices or seasonings or anything. Things were kind of plain, but it was good. But yeah, the military food was.
My mom was a really good cook.
Excellent.
But I was never really that. I'm more finicky about my allergies than I am about flavor.
Well, and that's what's happened with Kim and with me, is we are both on diets that we have to, there's very little that we can both eat, but there is some. So a lot of times she's eating one thing, I'm eating something else. But barracuda. I like liver with fava beans. I don't even know what fava beans are. What are fava beans?
They're just beans.
They're just beans.
But fava beans, that's did you ever see The Silence of the Lambs?
No.
Do you know what The Silence of the Lambs is?
No, but just say, Roan Bertram says Mylar film. I can't even talk. Mylar film caps, electrolytic caps, which are capacitors. What are those ones you got there? Little tiny disc capacitors.
There's like beryllium or something like that. I don't know.
They're little tiny disc capacitors.
Some rare metal type thing. I found matching ones. I bought them off of Amazon for $10. I got 10 of them for $10 or 5 of them for $10. They came the next day. I stuck one in, put this back in, connected it all back up, and it powered up again without letting the smoke out. So we have re-smoked it. We turned the smoke machine back into a Freon recovery machine.
The smoke kind of gathered up and sucked back in there.
No, it didn't. I had to put it back in there with the soldering iron.
So
we don't know if it'll work.
Old McDonald says, I just blame my wife for my fatness. She cooks too good of food.
Careful.
Yeah. You know, many years ago, I was watching Johnny Carson. You know, Johnny Carson was a trim-looking guy, and Ed McMahon was a big guy, kind of heavy. And Johnny Carson, one day, they were talking about food and struggling with weight, you know. And Johnny Carson says people eat for two different reasons. Some people eat for enjoyment, and some people eat for survival. And he says, I eat for survival, and Ed eats for enjoyment. And Ed kind of goes, yeah, you're right, you know. So, yeah, I tend to eat for enjoyment.
I tell him about it. I said, are you hungry, or is this recreational eating?
Recreational eating, you know.
I'm eating because my mouth is lonely.
God. Well, she'll make something good sometimes, and I just can't help myself.
You just keep eating until it's gone.
Well, tacos, the little street taco size tortillas, I can eat a few of those. There's not a lot of carbs in them. And, man, she makes tacos. I can't stop, but I have to, you know.
I season things pretty good. Every once in a while, I'll over pepper something. I got to be careful. Red pepper makes him cough. And I can't put red pepper in anything that he's going to eat because he just starts coughing. I'm like, okay. But he likes the flavor, but he can't hack it. It's not even the spicy. It's the cough.
You know what I did last night? I made a mistake.
What's
I
that?
think you might have been asleep, or you were, I don't know what you were. You were in your room doing something.
Okay.
And I went out to the kitchen. You had that frying pan there that she cooked turkey burgers, which were so good. Man, those were good.
Turkey burgers.
So I went out there afterwards, and there were like a couple little pieces of like turkey fat in the bottom that was fried in the pan.
Yeah.
And it looked, so I grabbed those. And I ate 2 of those, and they were a surprise, because that's where all the pepper gathered. And I coughed and coughed and coughed.
Sorry.
Started sneezing. It's like, wasn't that good? I shouldn't have eaten that. I should have eaten that. Well, I was stupid to go out there and pick the fat out of the bottom of the pan.
He was eating the dripping.
Luis is here. Good evening. How are you doing? How's Venezuela tonight? Let's see here. Stray Bullet says, does Buff like horseradish? I do, on beef. I like, but you got to cut it with something. A little mayo or a little sour cream or something. A little of it goes a long ways, but man, yeah, I like it. I do like it. You know. Wow, are we represented here with every continent yet? I don't know. Oh, I don't think we have
every continent.
I don't think we have. We have not in here tonight, but we have regulars that stopped in here. Asia, Europe, definitely, North America, South America, Australia. I don't think we have anybody from Africa.
Isn't it wild that we're like worldwide?
And I know we don't have anybody from Antarctica. One day somebody from Antarctica will stop in.
No.
Well, they do have internet.
Penguins will stop in.
My son travels a lot, and he ended up, flight got canceled. He was going somewhere in Asia, and he had, so they rescheduled, we messed him all around, and he ended up waiting at the airport forever. Finally got on some flight, but it had a connection in a city in Africa, and it was a long connection. It was like 15 hours or something. So he ended up getting a hotel room and eating a local place, and got back on the plane the next day and left. He goes, well, He goes, I got one more continent to go. I said, no, I think which was South America. I said, no, I think you got two because of Antarctica. But he felt pretty good because he put another continent on his checkbox, you know.
My father was in Antarctica.
Yeah, your father.
In the Navy.
Your father's in the Navy in Antarctica. Isn't that where he got hurt so badly?
He got sick there.
Yeah. Yeah, he had huge problems.
Issues. Yeah.
Rowan Bertrand has horseradish and honey mustard, straight, no water. You know, here's one that got me, and you're all gonna laugh at me now if you know about this. Oh, we don't have any Cubans either, but that's not a continent. If anything, that's part of North America, isn't it? But I was never into sushi, and I ended up going to a sushi restaurant with somebody, and I got some sushi, and it came with this green stuff, which I was sure was some kind of avocado,
no.
And I took a big bunch of that, and I love avocado, and I put it on my sushi roll, and I ate it, and man, here come the tears out of my eyes, and back of my nose lit up. It's like, what is that? What is that stuff called? Wasabi.
Wasabi.
Oh my God. Oh my God. When you think you're going to put avocado in your mouth and you put wasabi in your mouth, you know you messed up. So now you know what. If I'm in a sushi restaurant, I don't touch any green stuff. Oh, that was like horseradish times 20.
I cannot believe you accidentally ate wasabi. No one warned you. You probably didn't even.
No, they just looked at me. Oh, you must like that. You know, very good. The only thing on TV in North Korea is Kim Jong-un promotional videos.
Yuck.
Yeah, I guess we can all be thankful we don't live there, because there's probably nobody in here in North Korea unless they're somehow got the real internet. If somebody's in here from North Korea, welcome.
Welcome in.
Tom Anderson, I make my own horseradish, cream sauce, sour cream, apple cider vinegar, and mayo with horseradish. Oh yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, it's amazing what you can do with mayo and sour cream and horseradish. Buddy carb on sushi or bait. You know, a lot of people think sushi is raw fish. It can have raw fish, but mostly it is.
What?
Mostly sushi is not raw fish.
Why do you always got salmon in it?
Well, you might get stuff that's raw, but it might not be raw salmon. No, what's the stuff that is? Somebody's going to answer this now because I just can't pull the word up. What is the raw fish that is always raw fish? It's like I want to pull that word up and I can't. My mouth, it's in my head and it won't come out.
Points! I can tell there's going to be points.
There's going to be points, yeah.
Brains.
Oh, yeah. Mama M3 says smoked, not raw. Oh, yeah. Inspector Bruce gets it. Sashimi.
Sashimi?
My former wife took me to a restaurant, Japanese restaurant. we're up in Maryland. She'd go up there and see me. So there's a Japanese restaurant. She goes, we got to go there. You know, okay. It was real close. We walked down there. We go in this place. She goes, you got to try this. You got to try this. It was sashimi. So there's like 3 blocks of raw fish, and it's like 3 different kinds. And a salad or something. And I ate the salad, and then I ate like, I don't know if I like this. It wasn't very good. She just gobbled it down. I got a box, and I took it home. And I was hungry. As soon as I got home, I put some olive oil, or maybe probably wasn't olive oil. It was probably coconut oil in a frying pan, and I cooked the sashimi. And I'll tell you what, it was the best fish I ever had. But I know there was some Japanese chef that was
rolling in its grave.
Josh Holman, I would never eat raw fish. Too risky. Yeah, I don't know how they do that because, you can be way inland in the United States, and there's Japanese restaurants that have sashimi and sashimi. It's supposed to be good. And I don't know how they transport it that far.
You really have to make sure it's like
Oh, and now Inspector Bruce says I tried sashimi with wasabi in Okinawa. See, now Okinawa, I trust it because, you know, Japanese, and it's all surrounded by water. It's probably fresh.
Yeah, you think they'd know how to get fish.
See, Tavo, I prefer the salmonella to be cooked out of my food.
Oh, it's not cooked out, it's just dead. That's the thing about salmonella poisoning, people. If you get too much salmonella bacteria in your food and then they cook it, you'll still get sick. You'll still get sick.
Well,
you have to handle food. You got to keep hot foods hot and cold foods cold.
Dougster, good evening.
Welcome in, Dougster. Potato.
You're it now. We have a moderator, although we haven't.
Which vehicle is Dougster bringing to No Name Nationals?
Yeah, Dougster, what are you bringing to No Name Nationals? Don't tell me.
Forget.
And potatoes aren't vehicles.
He knows. He's told us 100 times. I'm gonna feel dumb for asking. But.
Well, I want to see Dougster get enough subs that he can bring a car and race it.
Dougster's gonna get it. If you guys haven't checked out Dougster's channel, he's entertaining. He streams on Monday nights.
Dougster,
and, you
put
should
up a
check
link.
him out.
Put up a link to your channel. So if there's a few more people that can sub, let's help this guy get
we
to
want
No Name
Dougster
Nationals.
to be able to participate in our event.
And I'm not telling you to sub. I'm just saying, if you like the guy.
I'm telling you.
Okay, Old McDonald says no such thing as raw sushi or raw fish. They're cooked live in the ocean by radioactive water dumped in the sea. Yeah, I think mostly that happened in Japan too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got so for a while there. I wasn't eating any fish out of the Pacific Ocean.
Don't worry, the radiation. It's like the microplastics. We all got it. There ain't no avoiding it anymore. Shoot.
Twisted Mopar says never eat sushi, never. Yeah, but most sushi, like when I go in a sushi restaurant, they have little asterisks on next to the things that have raw meats, which is fish. And I just don't order those. I get the ones that have the stuff is cooked or smoked or something, And sushi is just it's a rice roll is what it is, Mac Tools hand-operated vacuum pump back in service.
Perhaps.
Oh, we'll do it. That's Dougster saying that. Mac Tools hand-operated vacuum pump back in service. I think that's something he has.
Nice. Check it out. Dougster, we have potentially, cross your fingers, a Freon R134 recovery machine. We put the smoke back in it using dubious methodologies, and we have reconnected it, and it is ready for testing.
Fukushima Screamer. Man, I thought I was going to Fukushima, but I did not. That's a whole story in itself, but I don't have time to tell it right now. Catch me some other time on that one. What's a tight contain? Barry Kuda says, what's a tight contain? Does anybody know what he's talking about? Dougster's live on Mondays. That's right. Dougster's live on Mondays. And I usually go in there, and he's kind of like here. Somebody starts talking politics, he goes, that kind of messes it. He handles it better than I do, because I get kind of angry about it. He just goes, no, that kind of messes things up. We don't talk about that here. I learned something from him that night.
I mean,
just handle it well.
Oh, you get upset.
Oh, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah. Well, we've asked some people.
Well, to me, politics is like it's this side or this side, and it's all arguments all the time. I don't want that in here.
Oh,
it just messes everything up. Let's see here. Doug is a great announcer of the slow monkey bike race.
Oh yeah, I can see Dougster being good at that.
See, Dougster, slow project is shop truck. When she is able, you bet your boots it'll race Sykeston.
Nice.
Well, at least you're there.
What engine's in that shop truck?
Yeah, what engine's in the shop truck?
We need more 6-cylinder vehicles.
Louis
Come
says,
on back, Tom.
I love to eat many cheesecake. Oh, cheesecake's good, but it's full of sugar. I can't eat that. Or I shouldn't eat it.
All right, guys, I'm going to move this out of the way.
Hey, John Wilburn's here. Good evening.
Hey, John.
Stray boy, I would only eat raw fish on day 15 in the life round. Yeah, you get catching fish out of the ocean, and you got a lighter there trying to.
I got to stop what I'm doing and say hello to John.
Oh, Doug. Yeah, Doug is. You're. No, Doug's not Mountain Time. If anything, he's Eastern. or Central. I don't know which he is because I know about where he is. I think he's Central time. 8 p.m. Michigan time.
John, I'm so sorry. I saw that you had a guest on Friday, so I figured you were sort of occupied anyway, so I didn't.
And sadly,
I didn't feel quite so bad, but I was occupied on Friday.
And sadly, he had a great guest on that had connectivity problems, and it's a guy that's been on there before that hasn't had connectivity problems, so something was different. So, I can pull names up.
Zeke.
Zeke, the guy that does the
tech guy from
the tech inspector, No Name Nationals, and I was like glued to it. He was having a hard time, man. Let's see here. I hope you have him on again with straightened out technical issues. Thomas says, speaking of food poisoning, Australia is now allowing mad cow beef to be imported again. We produce more than enough, but export it all, so I have to import for our consumption. It's weird how countries will export stuff and then import the same thing. You know what? When I go to the store, I like lamb, but we hardly ever see it here. And when I do see it, it's almost always from Australia. So I don't understand that. You know what? There's a place nearby here that's all grass-fed, big property, and they have a store there. It's all grass-fed.
Yeah, there's ways to get that.
And I bet they have lamb out there. Mean Street's here. Good evening. Craig May, hey, how you doing?
Mean Street Mopar's here. Also Craig May, Straight Bullet.
Josh Holman.
Bunch of people showing up. Thanks for coming in, guys. I wanted to talk to John Wilburn. He usually doesn't stay long, so I wanted to mention that we really appreciated Zeke being on. We would have loved to hear more from him. But the thing that I wanted to say was that I'm going to do my best to take on some of the responsibility of the 6-cylinder class. And I'm going to either do a video or do a quick write-up of rules.
John knows about this?
John knows about it, yeah, because we talked about it just a little bit.
You talked about it with Dallas, right?
On Tuesday night. I think everybody's talked about it a little.
Okay.
It's like it's going around.
So Dallas sort of asked her to do it.
We're trying to organize it a little bit. I got so busy this week, and everything seemed to conflict with me being involved with any of the lives, like on Wednesday or Friday. So, but yeah, I'd really like. Rules need to be very minimal. Yeah, I want it to be.
The thing with the 6-cylinder classes, we're talking about going out there kind of with our stock 6-cylinder Fords, inline Fords, and slant sixes and stuff. And so if there's a 6-cylinder class, you know what happens? Then Nivlak shows up.
Well, see, that's the thing.
Woo, and wins it all. Well, but
it's not a.
That's not what it's for. It's for something else.
John Wilburn says a bracket, so the fastest hammer isn't a guaranteed winner. The point of the 6-cylinder class is to give people with some of the slower cars a place to be competitive and learn drag racing a little bit. Because most of the people who are really serious drag racers got the fastest cars. So I would like it to be, and no one seems to dispute, everyone seems fine with the tentative suggestion of it being and I sent John Wilburn an email a while back.
Oh, you did? Okay.
A while back, before it was really settled, and I had a chance to talk to everybody. I want to do it as a no box, so you can't have like electronic speed and distance measuring equipment. That's not the point of it. And a foot brake. No trans brake cars. If you got a trans brake, run in the pro class. So it's just going to be 6 cylinders, and it doesn't matter how fast you are, because it's really about knowing your car, cutting a light, and running your number. It's learning how to do bracket racing. So I think that's enough rules. If there's more rules that need to be settled, then I'm open to it. So that's all we have to say about it right now. But I am going to do my best to sort of help make that gel into something that's cohesive. We don't allow delay boxes in our Friday bracket either. Okay, well, there you go. Delay boxes are like a special button, so when the light comes on, you press it. It makes you dead accurate. Anybody who doesn't have it, it's really, it's near impossible to be competitive unless you're like a professional bracket racer. And it's like, well, the No Name National isn't a professional bracket racer event anyways. It's just supposed to be a fun and sporting And the regular bracket is going to have people with 4-cylinder cars, with 6-cylinder cars, with V8 power cars, and so I'm not sure why.
Raw Dog, what's wrong with you?
What happened?
I'm on acid and shrooms.
I don't want to talk about that.
We're on gasoline-powered cars. Man,
Raw Dog, please don't
promote that in here.
Nah, we can't. I can't endorse that kind of stuff. So, anyways, I don't know. I guess if you have a delay box, you got to be in like a pro class or whatever like that. I don't know that. There's not a whole lot of YouTubers who are running delay box cars anyways.
Mopar. Oh, was it that? Mopar.
Tim, it does not. It is not specific to straight sixes. We're not. It's not an inliner 6 club endorsed event. So V6s could work. And you could have like a turbocharger or a supercharger. There's no restriction on power adders. And I don't think we need a restriction on what kind of fuel you want to run. It's really all about knowing your vehicle and running a number. If you start doing a bunch of fancy stuff, you're a lot more likely to mess up.
Yeah, and Blue Grit's right. Down there at the bottom. And Blue Grit, what was it, last year? It was the year before. I think it was last year. He had a 6-cylinder Mustang there. And I don't remember which year it was. Last year it poured rain. We were walking out there to the burnout pit, whatever you call it, with Blue Grit and with Anna, and it started pouring rain. Kim and I turned around. We were standing. So we're all standing under a tree. So we head back. I'm not going out of the burnout pit in pouring rain. And Blue Grit and Anna head out to the burnout pit. Well, it stopped raining and they dried it off somehow, and we weren't there for the burnout contest. But I think he ran a 6-cylinder out there and did well. I think that was last year.
Blue Grit says the bracket class makes it equal for all. Well, no. I mean, there could be, somebody could bring a BMW, a supercharged BMW 6-cylinder, and it would smoke. It would be so fast. But I don't think that there's anything really wrong with that. It's probably still just a street car. It's very safe.
Most of us are going to be in slant 6s.
I think a lot of those, I think a lot of, and John seems to be fine with it. He says the regular Friday bracket has all the ringers. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of, like, really experienced bracket race cars probably in the 6-cylinder. I don't know. It just gives something for people to be a part of. I think it'll be fun. I don't think it'll take away from anything. Just no box, must have 6 cylinders, and tech for what it runs. If the pros come out, maybe squeeze them a little. I have some ideas, but simple to start. I'm good with simple to start, and we'll adjust the rules for next year as necessary. We want it to be fun and give people something to be a part of. There's already a bunch of people who have kind of thrown in money, small, like, donations to let John know that we're serious about having it.
Yeah, the Nelsons could murder everyone if they want. Other than that, it's
but they have
and that's what
they have a trans brake, and I'm saying it's a foot brake class. And if they had to shut their trans brake off, I don't know. They're running their numbers different and their launch is different, so it actually breaks. But see, I don't know how much I want him in this car running against a car that's twice as fast. That's a little sketchy. Put the cars that are sort of equal next to one another. I don't think the Nelsons would want to run in the 6-cylinder.
That's not what they're doing.
Yeah, they want to run with the pro cars, which is good.
Who is it that really started all this? It was you, me, and
RC Industries.
RC Industries.
There's other people.
He's got a slant 6 in a pickup.
Yeah.
And that was kind of what started this whole thing. Being a bracket, anyone could win. Yeah.
Okay, he likes the foot brake only as a good idea. Not because we hate people who have boxes.
No, it's just
or trans brake.
It's just that's what we're doing.
But it's just like, no, this is a more beginner class. Not necessarily beginner though. I mean, if you've got some experience, you can win. If I take him to the drag strip every weekend from now till No Name Nationals, he'll be way better than the person he was when we started.
Oh,
and he might
here's the thing.
cut a light.
I've never been on a drag strip other than riding down a drag strip in kind of a slow car once. And that was last year. riding basically a stock car, not a stock car, but a stock car down the drag strip. And so that's the only time I've ever been on a drag strip. And so if I get out there, I'm going to learn a lot about bracket racing, and I'm going to learn a lot. If nothing else, it'll be kind of fun, you know. So, and I'm going to take this thing. Yeah, watching a
Craig was talking about
streaming
the
six
Ford
sketches.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. And I mean, it is kind of cool,
I
but
wanted to read that too. What Craig May wrote.
I think John. It sounds like John's on the same page with it. So we kind of we've got a working model, and we will refine it. We don't have a whole lot more time, but I think honestly, I think it includes everybody who's actually interested in participating, because the Nelsons really showed no interest in participating. So I don't think they're gonna be upset that we have written them out on the trans break, and they could just not run the trans break. I'd be okay with them just saying I'm not going to use it. I would take them on their word.
Now Craig May is talking about this 250 two-barrel head to fit on their 256 cylinder. Is that the one that has the intake manifold that is separate? I think it's a crossflow head, but I'm not sure. Man, I wish we had those up here, but we don't. That's a big old heavy thing to ship, you know.
Stray Bullet says the fast car is so far ahead that the slow car doesn't really matter. It's a better race to have evenly matched cars. I like evenly matched cars, but John explains it properly. Obviously he knows, but the cars tell the tower what time they're going to run, and then the tower matches the lights to let the slow car go first, and they should technically, if they both cut a perfect light and both run exactly their time, they should both finish at exactly the same time. So the fast car actually has to catch the slow car, which can be really exciting if you're really paying attention and you're watching the times and you understand how it works. But for outsiders, it can be difficult because the finish line is far away, and you're just kind of waiting to see which lane gets the win light. But it can be really exciting, and the tower does dictate when the cars get to launch. It can also be really disorienting if you're used to the lights coming down at the same time, and then you're in a bracket where you go first, and then the car comes racing up after you, and you're not expecting it. You'll cut a terrible light. You won't know what's going on, so it takes a little practice to understand a sportsman light. And if you've never done it before, it's very daunting. I know he's kind of, I don't want to say chickened out, but you've definitely not, well, you weren't real disappointed when we did it.
Before it disappears, Old McDonald, yes, I saw the Hemi. The thing about a drag strip, you know, I'm a pilot. I'm used to runway. I'm used to pretty fast airplanes. Go down a drag strip, I feel like pulling back and taking off. But you don't. You got to step on the brake and stop. You know, that's a little weird. But, yeah. I mean, it seems interesting. Mr. Bullet, I don't know a damn thing about handicap racing, John. Everything is straight up with me.
Yeah, straight bullet. It's different. Bracket racing. Now you know. That's how bracket racing works. You dial your time. If you ever see cars with like the number painted on it with a white marking pencil or whatever, when you get a couple test runs, and then you got to guess what time you're going to run, and the closer you run to your number, the harder you are to beat. It doesn't matter what the final speed of the cars are. If you cut a good light and run your number, you can win. So it's a fun way to get a bunch of mismatched cars and people with slightly different skill levels together in the spirit of competition.
Yeah, Nelson's the six-cylinder car running 880 1/4. Holy crap, that's a fast car.
John, no pro tree on the six-cylinder class, thank you. Poor John.
Blue Grit says the Mustang he brought was a 66 with a six-cylinder. Ran best 1066 with speed in the mid-70s. Yeah, still that's pretty nice six-cylinder.
It's a hell of a nice car. And not everybody wants to be a bracket racer. It's a bunch of YouTubers getting together to have some fun and a spirit of competition. So you don't have to be the fastest six-cylinder. And maybe we could give a prize for the best light or the fastest thing, but that's like we'll work towards that. We'll see how this year goes, and we will adjust. We shouldn't take it's. This shouldn't really take anything away from any of the other people who. It really shouldn't take a lot of time out of the other classes.
All we were doing with the 6-cylinders to begin with was just calling each other out and go. Yeah, it'd just be fun to go out there. But Kim seems to think it'd be good to have a class.
It would be great. We'll have fun. I promise.
Let's see. Dean says classic inlines made 250 of them from 03 to 06. I'm not sure which ones those are. Stray Bullet seems like an electric car would be perfect for bracket racing. Oh man, nobody's had an electric car out there yet. I was hoping that when Ari DeBernia was still working at Rivian, he'd bring one of those things because I think those are fast, and it would just be a fun thing, I'm not on the hate electric cars thing. It was just the wrong thing for me because I like to get in a car and go a couple thousand miles. I don't know if I'm able to do that anymore, but an electric car is just not good for that. And I don't really like them being forced down our throat, but I think there's a place for them. And maybe drag racing is one of those. Anything you can put more than one motor in, that's pretty cool. Let's see here. Special aid to James. I'm with Kim. Let's see. John Wilbur, and I could see faster sixes the next year with the Nelsons getting into it if there's some parity or call-outs. Man, you know what? The Nelsons are like some of my favorite people that show up to drag race. And the first annual No Name Nationals, they showed up with a red Datsun, I don't know, was it 240Z or 260Z? But the front end was extended way out. I think it had one of their 6-cylinders in it. And they had a little trouble with it, handling or something. I don't know what broke. But it was parked. And I went over there to meet them, and I kind of hung around that car a little bit, and they were somewhere else. So the first year I didn't get to meet them. By the second year, we met them and talked to them. We had a good time, So yeah, they're good people. That's good. We really had a good time.
There you go. Call it the lumberjack because you chopped down the tree. That would be a fun trophy to have. Until the 2JZ guys start showing up. I mean, there's one of the,
what is it?
It'll be fun to see all the different range of cars in the 6-cylinder class. It's a very wide range of cars that are
What is Rada talking about? Hey, Buff, I'm going to see Night Ranger on Thursday. I'm going to video it, post a couple videos. I'm not sure what that is.
I think maybe a movie or a concert or something. I don't know.
And then you might have some copyright issues with that.
The Nelsons seem to be really fantastic people. We've enjoyed our interactions with them.
The thing about the Nelsons is they build a lot of cars compared to most of us.
Wow, do they build?
And they build really good stuff. And they're talented, And they build a lot of the stuff themselves, Just, they're good engineers, good TIG welders, just amazing, So
the other thing about someone like the Nelsons, right? They are going to want to run in the regular bracket. They're going to want to run in the pro. So running in all these different things, I don't know if they're going to want to run the car that hard that many times. So they may not even want to participate, and that's fine too. Let's see how it goes. I'd be fine if they do.
Especially
switch off the trans brake and foot brake it. Run a light, see how it goes.
Irving bought the old Edelbrock factory in my town. And we had one catch fire on the dyno there last year. It ended up turning into 3-alarm response. I know about that.
That's some early experiment.
Harry talked about that, but he couldn't really tell us much about it.
No.
And he was still working there. Ludwig says, I'm an autocrosser. This is the first time I drag raced in competition. Yeah. Last time I was on the strip was in the early 90s. And that was just 2 runs, test and tune. If I can do it, anybody can. Well, I'm glad to hear that you were kind of new at the drag racing.
It's not hard.
Because now I'm starting to feel like, I'll just go do it. Draw Dog, Night Ranger is an 80s rock band. Oh, okay.
Okay, cool. All right, guys. I have to record something over there. I'm going to try not to make terrible noise, but if it turns the pumpy thing on, it's going to go brrr real loud. So I'm going to go over there and do it. And he's still going to be here. But I just wanted to warn
Yeah, which means I may not talk a lot if she's like quiet on the set kind of thing. Oh, Kim.
you need to,
I need something. Yes, I need water or something. My throat's torn.
I'll get you a water. You got cough drops?
I do. I think I just want to. I know when I need water, and I'm gonna grab one of my flavor
I'm
packs.
already up. I got your back.
Yeah, it's figuring you might do that. I figured you were like almost there.
I got my camera on a stick.
Camera on a stick.
I'm gonna try and record.
And my idea of a mixed drink is packets of this.
Right.
Not a sponsor. Not a sponsor, but
all the pipes and such are all
I like this
now
one.
we are going to
She's talking.
they're live streaming, but I am going to plug this in, and in case anything happens, if it lets the smoke out again, you guys will get to see it.
Oh, she's gonna turn on the.
I am going to power the machine.
Power up the machine.
Power up the machine. Okay, the valve's back on. The whole cover plate's all back on. Everything is closed. The tank is on here just for weight. Turn it on.
This stuff is good. Of course, that's just an opinion.
Here we go. Now we got the power. I got the power.
Louis says, back when I was a kid in 2015. In 2015, I was still flight testing airplane. Doug says, I had my valve spring measured by an engine machine shop, 200 pounds compression. 1 inch from top and 380 compressed to 1 inch. Wow. I don't know if anybody can hear that machine running. Flavored water. Pretty good. You know what? It's running and I don't smell any smoke. That Dad's root beer has been around so long. We call it Granddad's or Great Granddad's. Great Granddad's root beer. Yeah, it was around when I was a kid, but not like little packets like that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A bunch of hoses. We need a bunch of hoses that I don't have. We need some recovery bottles and such. And I need to download and read instructions. I didn't do that.
Man, I want Kim to get over here when she's finished with that. I want her to get over here and talk about what we did on this car last night and how we're getting out of the mess we're in. Because I posted a video today that she did it last night. And I put it in on today. And we kind of left everybody hanging with the air conditioning system that we couldn't make it work. But I think she's got it all sorted out of how to fix it. Yeah. She didn't really have time to give me all the details on it.
Holy
At the house.
moly, holy. Guess what?
Did no smoke?
It works. It does the things.
It does it.
I mean,
you're able to push the buttons and make it do what it's supposed to do?
I turned on the vacuum and it went into a timed vacuum cycle, and it kicked the vacuum thing on, and
so
when I open the valve and hold my finger on it, it draws a vacuum through the machine like it's supposed to.
So the only thing we don't know is what caused that capacitor to burn.
No,
see, I was thinking maybe some other component was bad, and
there could be still something in the compressor, because I don't.
And overpowered messed up the capacitor, but it looks like the capacitor's working after she replaced it.
It's doing the thing. I I mean, when the capacitor went out, it wouldn't even power on without taking smoke. So.
Kim, can you sit here with us?
Yeah.
And talk a little bit about, I asked you questions before you left the house to come up here, and you said it was too complicated to talk about in a hurry.
I never answered, okay.
And it was like how you decided to fix the issues we were having last night.
Okay.
But first,
yeah.
They're talking about A&W root beer. Yeah, when I was a kid, we used to buy a 1 gallon glass jug of A&W root beer, and you put it in the refrigerator.
They don't make their own.
The kids would drink out of it for like a week.
Drink about it?
And then you take the bottle back.
Scooch over this way.
You take the bottle back, and you'd get a refilled bottle. And you had to take the bottle back. Of course, there was a deposit on it.
You're the star.
Yeah, I was a little kid when we were doing that. But A&W's been around for a long time. And I say I was a little kid. That was late 1950s. A&W was good then. Anyway, go ahead with where we ended up with.
So we just put out a video this morning about our trials and tribulations about replacing the compressor in the Z sled here. And we bought a compressor, and it seems to be just right. All the mounting and everything seems okay. I bought a replacement clutch pulley kind of deal. I bought the cheapest one I could find that fits a York compressor that has 2 things and the magnet and everything. All right, and we put it on there.
Kim's a genius, you're right.
I am. What's that called when you're just really good at some things but dumb in other ways? Is that autism or is that
what it is? I don't know. It's aptitude.
Maybe.
Aptitude's like IQ, except it's all focused in one spot.
I do remember when Turner's had the milk jugs, but they were plastic, but they would deliver and reuse the milk jugs, but I was very, very young. That was like late 70s.
I've never heard of it. Anyway, the clutch.
The clutch.
That's what a clutch does.
So we put it on there, and I put it in and vacuumed down the system, and then he was like, that belt isn't going to line up. We're like, shoot. And we also, when we realized on the old compressor, this is the pulley that was on the old compressor, and we noticed when I took the old compressor off that there was no magnet. There's like a coil that goes behind here that gets energized that makes the clutch activate. It didn't exist. Somebody had removed it previously from the system and not replaced it. So we tried to switch pulleys. So, since the offset, we realized it's not the compressor, it's the pulley offset. So we tried to use the old pulley. The problem is that the inner diameters here, this is bigger. It's like 3, and this one's 2 3/4. So the one with the correct offset for the belt, it doesn't fit over the magnet. We only have one magnet, and it's wrong for the pulley that works. So I went and researched, and I kept finding more of this. I realized this is the only one that's everywhere, the wrong one. Or they don't really tell you anything about it. And it's listed as not the right thing and not returnable. So I didn't want to buy another erroneous thing. So I searched and searched and searched. And I found that the original manufacturer of these replacement or OEM things, I believe, was Four Seasons. So I thought, well, is that still a company? And sure enough, it is. And they don't make these or sell these on their website, but they list a part number. So then I went back to eBay, and because eBay is where I learned about Four Seasons being a thing, went back to eBay and found listings with that part number, and I found a new old stock that looks identical to this. It has the same size bigginess here. It's in an old faded brown box with Four Seasons and the correct part number. And see how these are these weird sort of bubble sort of shaped things, and it's got 3 things. And
This one's like different. It looks just like this, and it's old and rusty, and it's new in box, and it comes with the coil. So I probably will end up using the brand new one, but since it matches the factory part number for this car and like the listing I found a listing because before I didn't know there was a difference. And this is like for a Chevy, and this is for a Ford. That's where the problem is. That's why these are plentiful.
Scribble says, can't you just shim out the compressor? No, the bolts go in from the bottom, and the holes are kind of tight. So, if it bolts in from the bottom, to change the distance, you'd have to move the compressor this way. I suggest sliding those bolt holes out. But it's a real thick thing. There'd be a lot of grinding. It'd have to be done by hand.
Can't you just?
We don't have. We don't have a mill. It'd be nice. We had a mill, with an end mill, and do a nice job. But then you got slotted holes, and it could slide even with it tight.
Yeah, and the alternator is mounted to that same bracket. So if you start altering that bracket, then you just mess up the alignment on the alternator. So basically, I did the research and got the right.
Get the right.
It was still available, new old stock. It's coming from California, and it's going to take I don't know, it might be a week.
What's it on, like a slow train?
I think it's coming USPS.
A postal service.
Yeah. That was the only option. I know. I know. And you know what? There was 3 different retailers that on eBay who had listings, and I would have paid more if somebody would ship it FedEx, but nobody would. They were all USPS. I guess that's the shipper of choice for eBay. So anyways, the part is on its way. The rest of the system has been reassembled, minus the pulley, so we don't have a front pulley. But the rest of the system has been reassembled and vacuumed down, so it's dry.
Says, can't you re-drill the holes? The hole, it only has to move like half the width of the belt. So
about a half inch, and they're big holes. So we'll end up just
it's less than a half
falling into the old hole, and then we're going to be back to grinding. And
yeah, you'd have to.
I just bought the
slot. You'd have to slot the bolt.
Oh, the other thing is I ruined this because we were trying to take the center part out because that would have fixed it, but it's pressed in there, and I didn't have the right tool, or maybe there is no tool to take it back apart. But I tried to do it in the press, and I bent this now, and now if I try to put it together, the pulley is going to wobble, so it's junk. So I got to get a magnet. Magnets, they don't sell the coils, and I could take a piece of copper and I could chew it into a piece of wire and then wind the wire around an inner. But for my time and energy, I just spent my money. I used my money.
If I had ruined that in a press, I would have been so angry at myself.
I was mad.
I would have thrown it across the room. But she goes, I ruined it. Just calmly, she goes, I ruined it. I guess I'm going to have to buy a new one.
Yeah, I can't even return it. It's ruined.
So let's see. Who else has just stepped in here? Colby Queso's in here. Good evening. Mexican Specs here. Hey, hello. How you doing? He says, hello, people. Pulley bearing junk. Actually, the bearing's good. It's the pulley itself turned into, instead of a flat thing, it turned into like a...
It cone-shaped.
Pushing
it with the press. Yeah. And it didn't move at all, and...
The scepter of justice is back. I'll have to behave now.
But yeah, the refrigerant recovery machine ran through some paces, so that is a big win. I fixed it for $10. We are into that machine for less than $100, I think, at this point.
So you spent too much money on this, but you saved a huge amount of money on that machine.
Well, the more you spend, the more you save.
So you're still ahead.
I mean, the good news is, if we can get through fixing this car, a 47-year-old air conditioning system, with everything wrong, by the time we're done, I'll know how to service like the Jeep, because the air conditioning doesn't work in the Jeep. So I'll know how to service it and have the equipment all working. And
we know what's wrong with the Jeep.
I mean, at that point, I might put air conditioning in the Dart. It's hot here in the south.
This is one of my cats here. Evening, Wendy.
Welcome to the stream, Wendy. Glad to have you in. How's things going with the new engine? I have no idea how far along you guys are. You're not putting regular update videos, so I don't know how it's going. Or are you putting up videos and YouTube just doesn't show me? Because I hate that.
Mexican scepter, conquistador. Conquistadore. I guess there's an A on the end.
The charge card is the best tool at times. The correct part makes jobs easier. I mean, there is a point at which you can dance around it and spend tons and tons of time and money buying the wrong stuff and trying to make it work. There's a point where you're just like have to break down and bite the bullet and like whip out the card and that's what when you've committed, like you're not going to give up, because we could put this back in without the magnet and just run the car with no AC.
After all that
but
work,
we're so close. The new pulley's $100.
Well, we vacuumed the system down twice. Both times it sat there for 24 hours and didn't leak any vacuum, so it's probably pretty good.
And I have no doubt in my mind that once we get the new pulley put on and start running the system, that something else is going to give us grief. Like, this is not going to be the
it's not
final.
Going to be the end of it.
No. Think of all the adventures we'll have, right? But if you don't do it, you don't know. Like, sometimes you have to break the next thing in the line before you can get to the results. You just have to. I have persistence. You know that humans are persistence predators. We will follow you at a consistent pace until you're too tired, you fall down overheated, and then get strike. And that's what I'm going to do with this air conditioning system. I'm just going to stay at it. Don't get discouraged. If I do get discouraged, I'll just get remotivated the next day.
Yes, one of you, please put up the No Name Nationals website so people that are new here, if they're interested in going as spectators, you don't need any subs. Or if you're going to drive,
put up a link to John Wilburn's
500 subs. But that way you can see, John Wilburn's No Name Nationals.
John Wilburn is the promoter for the No Name Nationals event, and he does a live every Friday. And a threat. That's right. If I need you to, I will pursue you at a moderate pace until you get sleepy. Then I will strike.
Okay, continue on with John, because you got off.
John Wilburn is the promoter of the No Name Nationals event. He is great people, and he streams live every Friday night. And there's all kind of information and previous lives on his channel that you can learn some stuff about No Name Nationals. It's at the end of the year. It's something you can attend, but if you want to participate, you have to be. It's for YouTube people, and you can meet a bunch of people there. And it's a really great time. It's not so much race focused. It's just it's an exhibition. We get to go out. We get a great dinner on Friday night. We go to Thursday night. We go to a fun restaurant, which is Lambert's in Sikeston, Missouri. And you want to know about it. There's a lot of people involved. There'll be 100 or more cars probably. And they're all cars that if you are paying attention, the people are building them, working on them, doing stuff on YouTube with their cars all year long.
When you're there, you're walking around and you meet all the people that are on YouTube
it's like
that are in this kind of community here, and shake hands with them and help them with their car or whatever. Sit there and eat in Lambert's with them. Every time I've met people and just had a good time. And Buddy Carpano's trying to jinx us here. He says the evaporator core is going to go bad, and then we're going to pull the dash out again. Thanks, man.
Thanks, buddy. Well, you know what? The good news is we've gotten through one of the stages of the repair that I felt was really important to get to was where we had a vacuum pump, because we had to replace the high side line, and then we had to replace the low side line.
And then once we got that all put together, we were able to back him down the system. And I think that was a very pivotal sort of point.
I was going to ask Dougster here. He just put up a link to John's live show or his YouTube channel. What I was really wanting you to do was put up the link to the No Name Nationals where people can buy their tickets. And then they could save that when they decide to go. They can, if you buy them ahead of time, it costs you less than at the gate. So maybe you can find a link to that. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. It was just disappearing up the chat, and I wanted to get it before it was gone.
Vintage Adventure says, I'll have to miss John's next live. I have a concert date. The girl invited me to go see a Grateful Dead cover band. Wow, she must really like you. She invited you to a concert.
Where's this?
That's awesome.
Who?
Vintage Adventurer.
Oh, young man.
Main Street Mopar is trying to broker a
Vintage had me
parts
kind of laugh.
deal with Dougster.
Because everybody's talking about their favorite, I guess it was, I don't remember whose live it was in, their birth year. Which car would you like from your birth year? And his was 2000. 2000 was like yesterday. No, we got a guy here that's in his mid-20s, born in 2000.
Nice.
Man, it seems like that was just yesterday to me. And then I had a terrible one. It was 1954. I'm thinking, what is there from 54? No exciting cars. And I thought, well, I guess there's a Corvette with the Blue Flame 6, but I couldn't think of anything else from 54 that I'd want. Yeah. So now
I feel like I've been talking aggressively for quite some time. I hope you guys have enjoyed
but then all of a
yourself.
sudden you have it. Then all of a sudden you just
What?
done and
Said everything I needed
then
to say.
I don't know where to go.
Oh, Roadkill Customs 2023 No Name Nationals Drag Race and Burnout Contest. Okay. This is
That's on
2025.
Yeah. What I'm
Put
looking.
up a link.
Yeah. What Dougster? What I'm looking for is the
Squarespace thing.
The website.
That's a Squarespace website.
Where you go to buy the tickets, where you put your credit card number in and get your ticket.
Well, you can find that information on John Wilburn's site. That's why.
Oh yeah, I guess John Wilburn's site. I guess it has it.
There's a link in John Wilburn's live streams to the Squarespace site where you can get tickets and more information about the dates.
On T1, somewhat obscured by AI. I don't know what that's about. Okay, Dougster says best he can do. Okay, well then maybe they can find it from there.
You're fine, Dougster. Thank you so much. Anybody who finds John Wilburn should be able to find the information they need about the No Name National. The track is a really nice, but small hometown style facility. They have a shower there, so if you're camping, you can get a shower.
It's something that's fun on Thursday night, which is the day before it all starts. You show up Thursday afternoon or Thursday morning or something. But in the afternoon, we go to Lambert's in downtown Sikeston, which is
a fancy restaurant.
Great restaurant. We have a car show in the parking lot, which they're good about. And the police department there allows us to drive the race cars through town to the restaurant. And what's his name? In his 1917 or 1918 Model T. I can't think of his name. What's wrong with me? Turbo Tom leads the way with his Model T, and everybody drives down to the restaurant through town with uncorked race cars. Yeah, I mean, the cops there are pretty good about that.
Oh, yeah, the mayor of town is a good guy.
Yeah, mayor of the town is into it and everything. I think he owns the track. Yeah, Turbo Tom. So, it's
good people, a good place. We're welcome there. We're on a good behavior, and they are. So we were talking about one of the reasons I started talking about what was going on with the thing. So you understood. The car is going to be down for about, give it a week.
Tommaso Mangusta. What's the name car?
That's the car
it's one of my favorite cars.
That's the car that he would want.
Oh, I see. That's when he was born. Okay, I see. He didn't have any good cars like that when I was born. Okay, go ahead.
Mexican spec, I don't know why. I think because they are not super tech web savvy, and the Squarespace site was easy to set up with the credit card to accept payments and that type of stuff for registration.
It does work well when you get there.
It works.
Buy your tickets, you know.
And it was what they were good at. So having a super special website, I guess, wasn't that important. Somebody probably bought NoNameNationals.com and now wants $1 billion for ownership rights, and John was like, I don't really need to buy it from you, so I don't know.
He says I was born in 1970.
Good deal.
I was 16 in 1970.
Damn.
So I'm old.
Oh. So.
Luis, says he was born in 02. Wow. Dougster, I'm a 77 model. Yeah, most of the people in there were talking about 70s and 80s cars for their birth year. I'm like, man, 54. And I'm thinking, there's just
a lot of
nothing
people,
exciting.
A lot of your people.
55 had a lot of exciting stuff.
A lot of people your age are not streaming on the internet 3 nights a week.
No. These two, yes, they did. Campo, the first letter, Chrysler Hemi car. Yeah, but I didn't like that. I didn't like those body styles. I didn't really start liking Chrysler cars until 1957. 1957, Chrysler nailed it. From the Plymouth to the Dodge, DeSoto, Chrysler, Imperial, they did it, man. And that's when I started liking Chrysler products. And 55 and 56 were okay, like the Plymouth, maybe. But it's 57 on that I liked. And that was the body styles, What else here? So I guess the letter car was okay. I just thought it was ugly as hell. Big, heavy tank. That's what I think of it. Big, heavy tank. Old McDonald, I'm a 61 model. Well, there are a lot of good cars in 61. Ford Starliner, Chevy Bubbleback, the Impalas, the Corvettes. Man. First B-body Chryslers were the next year, 62. Oh, the Road Toads, the Valiants. Yeah, I could think of a lot of good cars from 61. I expect 77 Olds Cutlass Salon with bucket seats and floor shift. Wow. Special Agent James, the Ford look car, probably cars. I always like cars older than I am. I've kind of liked them. As I grew up, as a little kid, I started liking cars. So I was born in 54. So cars from like 57 was when I really started paying attention to cars. Little kid, and I could point out what cars were. And my father hated anything with fins, so of course I liked them. And then up through the early 70s, then I went in the military, and pretty much my mind went elsewhere. So those are the cars that I really like. Vintage says, I love the Road Toad. I want one. And Don and Wendy have Road Toads, and they bring them to No Name Nationals. Yeah, 62 Valiant with a 440 in it. Oh my God. It's a lot of engine in a small car. And it's a runner. Vintage, all of my running cars are older than my parents. Kim's car is older than she is. 66 Dodge Dart.
By a good bit. When you hit a certain age, every year is a good year.
I agree with that, probably.
Yes.
Louis says, I loved to play Hot Wheels when I was a kid back in 2000 and 2010. There was a guy where I worked. He was the HR guy, and he has a Hot Wheels collection. I mean, anytime, still to this day, a new low production something special Hot Wheels, he's got it already, So he's got a collection that's unbelievable. And he's not a young man. He's still doing it. Oh, well, all my cars are younger than me. Road Toad is the only model Valiant that's older than me. But at Carapano, what year Impala would you pick? My pick's 58. Man, 58's a good one. 59's a good one. 60's a good one. 61's a good one. 62's a good one. Yeah, I don't know after that. 67. I really like 67. 1 year dashboard. 67 when you're sitting in it. It looks right, feels right. I don't know. A lot of good Impalas out there. Old McDonald, I can remember riding on my dad's Corvair. I left my plastic dinosaur next to the rear windshield, and when I got back, it was just a big puddle. Oh man, melted plastic dinosaur in a Corvair. I heard my uncle had a new Corvair, brand new Corvair. He totaled it. Well, he was a teenager, and of course he totaled it, because that's what teenagers do.
Dumb.
But you know what he did? It was really kind of shitty. He was in Pennsylvania. It was pouring rain, and he'd gone down some road, and there's one of these little bridges that has a river under it, or a creek, like a big creek. And when he came back, of course, going like hell, the bridge had washed out, and he didn't see it soon enough, and boom, drove into the hole, totaled the Corvair, and he was okay somehow. Vintage says, I have a 72 Impala. That's the only Impala I'll ever own. Man, I knew a girl that had, her father had a 72 Impala. Her brother was working for me, and she was 16. And she comes running into the shop one day, and she's crying, and she goes like, God, I had this accident, And so I go out there, look at the car, and she tells me, she goes, a guy in front of me was going over a speed bump, and she goes, he couldn't make it over the speed bump, and he rolled back into me and broke something on the front of the car. So I go out there to look at the car, and that car is, front end's pushed in, the radiator's wrapped around the water pump. I go, oh my God. I said, come on, what really happened? She goes, well, no, he rolled back. She's stuck with the story. Years later, I met up with her. She was like 30 years old then. I said, hey, tell me what really happened that day. She started laughing. She goes, I ran a red light and broadsided a guy. That sounds more like the real story. Jeez. But she didn't want to tell her dad. She wanted me to just fix it. It was way beyond fixing. But that was my story with a 72 Impala. Oh, very good. Speaking of 58 Impala, I watched American Graffiti last night, and that was a very nice 58 Impala. I like 58 Chevys. Most of the Chevy people I don't think do. They either like 58s or they don't, because they like get the Tri-5 crowd, and then the people that like the lower, wider cars. The 58 was a one-year kind of thing, and I like them. I think they're all right. You know what a 58 looks like?
I think I do, yeah.
It's not a Tri-5, and it's not a 59 or later. It's its own thing. It's pretty cool. There was an airport I used to go to in California, and this was in the 80s. So 58s were old cars by then, and there was a guy there that rented cars, and he had 32 58 Chevys lined up there, and they were all painted gray. He had station wagons, four-door sedans, two-door hardtops, all of them were 58 Chevys, and those were his rentals, and they were all painted like a battleship gray, and those were around for like 10 or 15 years. And then one day they were all gone. They had normal rental cars there. But that was cool. You'd go there and rent a 58 Chevy for the day. And it was $10 a day to rent a 58 Chevy.
What year was that?
Early 1980s.
Wow.
Yep. So, what, 40 years ago, 45 years ago. Oh, it wasn't as old as this car. Very good. I like the 58 Ford. Of all the old Fords, that's the only year that I haven't owned. Well, 58 and 63. But of the 50s, late 50s, early 60s cars, I've never had a 58. I've had 55s, 56s, 57s, many of them. Never 58. 59 I've had. 60 I've had. 61. 62, several of them. Never 63. And I've had a couple 64s. So that was kind of like a span of cars that I really liked. And 58 was kind of like a 57, except I like the taillights on a 58 better, and it had quad headlights, and that little scoop in the center of the hood. I knew guys had put a 58 hood on their 57, so they had that little scoop.
Can I interrupt you?
Go. I'm waiting for you to take over.
Well, no, okay. So, the reason that we talked about those pulleys, so I could tell you that I've ordered the thing, I know it's going to be the right thing, and why I had to order the one that won't show up for a week.
Well, yeah, and you said it was going to be a while, and it's because it's U.S. Postal Service, which is...
That was my only choice.
You know what? There were a few years back during the pandemic, put anything in U.S. Postal Service, it went in and it never came out. I had somebody send me a check during that period of time in the mail, and I got it like 4 months later, and the check was only good for 90 days. I was really tired of the Postal Service. But now, it's a little slow, and it takes weird, they have pretty good tracking now, but it works. Mexican Spec has sent me things that end up Mexican Postal Service into the U.S. Postal Service. The tracking works. I always get the stuff. A little bit slow, but we always get it, so I can't complain too much. And it's not expensive. Snail mail, USPS. Yeah, why couldn't you have that email to us? We could print it out.
Nobody had it available by email.
Yeah. We have a we have a clutch printer.
So, it's going to be a week. What do you want me to do with the car? It can't just sit here. Or it could.
We could, okay, taking that belt off the hasp, because there's another belt in front. So we have zip tied that belt so it doesn't interfere with anything. Of course, then the water pump's not turning, the alternator's not turning. But if all we do is we back it straight out into a parking space and turn it off, it'll be okay.
Yes, that's an option.
So let's do that.
Okay, because the other option is for me.
That'll get it out of our way.
Well, the other option, let me talk.
Okay.
For goodness sakes.
Okay.
The other option is that I put this pulley, the pulley that we know has the right offset, on the pump, and it's just the air doesn't work. And then we have a little more to take apart when it's time. But if you're not going to drive the car...
But that's a lot of work.
It's not. It's like about 15 minutes worth of work.
But I'm not going to drive the car.
Okay, well then, yeah,
let's pull it out. And I don't want, we could pull it out the way it is, but then it's manpower. We got to pull it.
I just wanted you to know that there was options, because sometimes you get upset because you don't have your car. And I wanted you to know that if you really want your car, that I can make it so you can drive it. And it won't be a problem.
Especially, James, let me talk.
Yeah. I'm walking. Yeah, I just wanted to get that out so I knew what to do.
Let's just says 58 T-Bird is so ugly, it's cool. Such a busy car, but the Ford Rocket thrust-through taillights so cool. You know what? 58, 9, and 60 look a lot alike, but 58 was a completely different car underneath. It had coil springs in the back, and it was just similar, and from the top it looks the same. My favorite of those is the 60. 59 looks pretty good too, but I like the leaf springs on the 59 and the 60. But I'd take any one on my legs. That's the one they call a square bird. Really like it. Yeah, where's your mute button? She's going to push my mute button. But shut up.
Try not to be rude, but wow, it's like a half hour. I'm sitting here waiting for you to tell the story about the post office again.
You get talking a lot too, and then I can't get a word in, but we both do it.
That's all right. You're allowed to interrupt me too. It's tough.
Well, sometimes I watch something come in and I watch it disappear off the board,
know.
And you're still talking, and I'm like, I didn't get a chance.
I know.
So
you're the star of the show.
No, it's not that.
You need to be a little bit.
We both do
patient.
it to each other. We both do it to each other.
But when we're in the shop, the goal is to get some things done.
Special Agent James says rocket taillights are my favorite design choice. Every car should have. Would rocket taillights, would a 59 Cadillac qualify as rocket taillights.
So,
Yeah, Tim's right. 60 had 3 taillights. Yeah, let's do it.
Luis, we hear you. Spike from Rugrats, Go Wild. And the 1977 Pontiac Firebird Transit. Thank you.
You know what Ford did wrong with the 60 taillights, the 60 Thunderbird taillights? They put 2 red lights next to each other, and they put the backup light toward the middle of the car. They should have done what Chevrolet did and put the backup light between the 2 taillights. That's just my opinion. Of course, that could be done pretty easily. Mexican Spexes, those are bullets. Those aren't rockets. They're like rocket flames, afterburners coming out of the back of the 59 Cadillac. See, in 59, I was 5 years old. That 59 Cadillac came out. I thought that was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. Like rockets. Okay, what do you want me to do?
Is there anything else that you would like to do on this car before we take it out of here?
You could sit here and do this, and I could take the put my turn signals in. But no, let's just get it out of here. Let's just get it out of here.
And then, I'm not ready to do air conditioner service. The only other thing I can think of that would be easy, like tonight, to bring in here, would be the Dart. Or we could just take it entirely out of the way. I could set you up a rack, and you could do that radiator stuff that we talked about you might want to do.
Let's do the radiator in a way that we can edit it, because I might have trouble because it's first time through in this shop.
Yeah.
And I don't want to do that during a live. It's going to be a big mess.
Right. Well, I mean, we're already an hour and a half in, so I don't think we're really going to get into any heavy recording tonight.
So, if anything, let's just get this out.
Yes.
If you want to bring the Dart in, bring the Dart in. The Dart needs the
oil change.
Oil changed.
And a transmission cooler.
And a transmission cooler. And we have all that stuff.
There's something else too, but it'll come to me. So, minor. All those small things. So, yeah. So you think I should bring the Dart in? We'll work on it? Okay.
Yeah, why not? And
that sounds great.
If we have to go somewhere, the Jeep is in good shape.
Yeah, it's a good
and I can drive that. Your van runs good.
The van runs good enough, yes.
So
I can go anywhere I need to.
So we have 2 running cars. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we can work on anything we want. Boy, having 17 cars really and 4 of them run, this is the most vehicles we've ever had running at one time.
Oh, Dr. Go says, speaking of rockets, me and Mrs. Go went to Oshkosh today, and we were thinking about what an amazing day. I went to that show year after year after year after year as a vendor. So I was on like a patch of grass talking about an airplane for a week, and that gets tiring.
Yeah, man, you just opened the doors to like all the stuff that he can talk about.
Occasionally, I get to walk around. My boss would let me go for an hour, and I'd try to see the whole show in an hour. I did that 2 years, but mostly I stood there and answered the same questions over and over and over again. So yeah, it can be a fun place. I really got burned out on it, and I used to hate going. But right now, it'd be fun to go as a spectator. It'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, you'd see people, you get to talk to people. You'd have to talk.
Yep. But I think I'm past. It's too far away. We're so into cars now. Yep.
Special Agent James says a friend of mine gave me 3 transmission coolers that he was going to chuck. They're all brand new in the package from the 80s. Should I install all of them on one car? What is the downside?
You could put one on your transmission. If you have power steering, you could put one on the power steering. And then, there's 2 different kinds. One that's a serpentine cooler where it goes like this, quite restrictive. And then there's ones that are header type, where they're like this and the tubes go between. So the inlet and outlet are like this with tubes in between. Those are pretty high flow, and you could put those on the engine. So you'd have to buy some other stuff to hook it to the engine. But you can do that.
Overcooling can sometimes be problematic. I don't think you're going to overcool your
Depends.
transmission in the summer.
You're not ever going to overcool a transmission. There used to be people that said that. Years ago in New York City, they took half the garbage trucks, winter in New York City's pretty cold, and they took the garbage trucks with automatic transmissions and half of them with the radiator cooler in line and half of them without the radiator cooler in line, just through an external cooler. No problems with transmissions ever.
Transmissions make a lot of heat.
Especially has 2 serpentine and 1 header type. The header type may be good for the engine oil. And there are kits, I don't know where you get them anymore. There used to be a thing that screwed on where the oil filter went, and then the oil filter went on, and there's 2 connections, so you have a full flow cooler. Now, of course, you got to have room to put the coolers in. But yeah, I guess you could.
I think your power steering will last longer if you cool it. Some cars come with them from the factory.
If you live in a place like southern Arizona, maybe Mexico, you run power steering for a couple of years, and man,
you'll burn the fluid out.
That fluid starts to stink, like burned transmission fluid. Yeah, 60 Fords had a power steering cooler. This has a power steering cooler. Does it? Yeah, it has.
It's just a really little one.
It has a factory power steering cooler on it.
If it went bad, you might replace it with one that's a little more beefy, because they put in the smallest thing that was adequate, and it depends on your climate. If you live in a colder climate, it's probably. But if you use your vehicle heavily, like in traffic, during hot summers in a hot climate, then cooling, you want to look at it, because the manufacturer just made the generic thing that kind of worked for everybody.
And then Dean says the recirculating ball, they didn't really need it. Well, I don't think they needed it. My dad bought a 1970 Ford, brand new. It had power steering, and it had one of those coolers on it, the single loop coolers. And I don't know when Ford started doing that, but it's the same single loop cooler that he had on his 70 Fords on this 78 Zephyr. So I don't know when they did it.
With power steering getting too hot. I've had a lot of cars. So I think it depends on the system and the car and the way you're using it and the climate. Dean thinks the recirculating ball doesn't need as much cooling. That kind of makes sense. And Special Agent James says he has overheated the power steering on a Mulholland. What's a Mulholland?
Some kind of machine, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. Tavo says the Nissan trucks he works on had power steering coolers with a little 7-inch electric fan. I just saw one of the YouTube mechanics that I always see doing shorts. He's a real official, professional kind of guy, and he's always in a professional shop, and he's got 2 of those Ford Transit Connect type vans. You know the ones I mean? I think they have a Mercedes engine. They're both turbocharged. And he said that they have a new product. It's like an oil cooler adapter fitting, so you can run an oil cooler because they're seeing excessive oil temperature on those vehicles, and they believe it's the cause of the turbo failures. They say the turbos explode, and then obviously the shrapnel wrecks a bunch of stuff. So
stray bullets is a rear differential. Could use a cooler.
Oh, Mulholland Canyon Carvane. Okay.
So the rear differential, you've got to pump it through the cooler somehow. I don't know how that happens. And I'm assuming that the tubes have to be larger because it's thicker oil, unless you're running transmission fluid, and some people do that. And then the other thing you can do is, if it's a kind of differential that has a cover on the back rather than the removable pumpkin, removable carrier, if it's got a cover on the back, you can buy aluminum covers that got cooling fins all over them. I'm sure that helps.
I've seen advertisements for gates They make turbo stuff, but they also make a cover for differentials that has like great big like fins and a scoop. To I don't know. I did have an 8 3/4 rear end that made a lot, or no, it was an 8 1/4 rear end in Dodge Aspen. It made a lot of heat, but I think it just was worn out bearings making it. I think trying to cool it extra was not the right way to address it. I think bearings was what it needed to be addressed.
You're talking about Mulholland, the street, Los Angeles area.
Curvy road in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Back and forth to back and forth.
Tavo, my Transit's on its 3rd turbo. Okay.
How are your oil temperatures, Tavo? Maybe that's what he's suggesting, that the high oil temperatures lead to premature turbo failure. I guess it's a real common thing, Tavo. Obviously, if you're on your 3rd, you know about it. Okay, what?
I'm going to get up and start getting some zip ties. Maybe you can help me because you tied that up last time. You could probably
it's real close. One zip tie is probably ready. Take a look at it. You got
and then we got to put the battery.
You got your flashlight. The battery's in there, but it's not mounted. But we're gonna have to take it out anyways. Here's your flashlight. Yeah, give it your personal inspection. Dougster says, look up the movie King of the Mountain. It has Dennis Hopper as the weird bad guy. They race Mulholland Drive. Okay, cool. Is Mulholland the one that just goes right back and forth that you always see in photographs, or is it actually like a windy road? Dean says he's a New Kids on the Block fan, and he wants to know where the Bye 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 video was shot. It was an old closed-off California road. I don't know, maybe somebody knows. That's a silly question. Do you really like New Kids on the Block? When I was young and New Kids on the Block were out, it was not cool to like New Kids on the Block. That was kids stuff. We were way too mature for that. Maybe Tavo needs a turbo cooler? Maybe. Or maybe the turbos are just not. Turbos are dicey. I mean, you can't expect a turbocharged vehicle to last indefinitely. They need a lot of care and service. For the number of turns, I think that Takaki Hill in New Zealand might have it beat.
I don't even know what that is. I know what New Zealand is.
Dean is just joking about New Kids on the Block. I thought you would be joking. You're allowed to like New Kids on the Block. I just remember that was the whole thing. Like, oh, New Kids on the Block. The cool kids didn't like New Kids on the Block. I thought it was just silly pop music. We were all very alternative and what is that when you're sad all the time? But in a cool kind of way. No, that's okay. Dr. Ghost says, long day. I would check out for the night. Yeah, get some rest.
Man, yeah,
he's going to post airplane, jet, and blimp videos as soon as he finishes with the Iola car show videos.
What's the best thing that happened at Oshkosh today? I know the Thunderbirds are in Wyoming, but I don't know who is at Oshkosh.
He wants to talk about it, Dr. Ghost. So
no, I just want to know what was good today.
Hopefully when you're more rested, you can hang out and have a chat about it, because he would love to talk about it.
I just wanted to know.
A big part of his life being involved in that. So
not that big anymore.
Special Agent James says, yes, it's super windy, basically just turns for miles and miles. I go hiking up there. That's the only time I've overheated power steering. Oh, I see. There's a place not near us, but in the northeastern part of the state called Tail of the Dragon. And it is a super, super windy mountain road that people go just to drive, because it just all super windy up and down the mountains. That would be fun to go and do. California's a long way to drive just to do some turns. Honestly, all I have to do is go out my backyard, and it's just windy old, barely 2-lane roads. It rivals Tail of the Dragon, says Stray Bullet. highway leading to his house. Dr. Go says the stunt pilots were amazing.
That's good. And there was a guy that did a live feed of the Thunderbirds in Cheyenne, Wyoming today, and I watched it.
Dean Stevens says, I'm okay with being a dork. I mean, own it. I'm a dumb mechanic. And there's a lot of things about me that I just have to own. I'm okay with it. If you don't like it, that's fine too. But I don't know. Just when somebody says New Kids on the Block, I think of the whole vibe when I was an age. And I think I was just like one age too old to like New Kids. So I didn't. Regardless of whether I did or not, I don't really know. Special Agent says people used to race Mulholland in their some show where they went down into the canyon below to find all the wrecked hot rods. Oh man. You would think people would pull their cars out. It must be a heck of a road. Dougster got the new rad for the shop truck yesterday. Aluminum rad, shroud, and electric fans. Oh, that's fantastic, Dougster. Congratulations. It's always good to get the next piece. One step closer to victory. I mean, this car's going good. It's not like horrible. Our victory is sealed. It runs fine. I just wanted air. It has factory air. All the parts were there. I thought we just needed a compressor. And I was wrong, but that's okay. I'm going to stay after it. Maybe we'll get it to work. Maybe. Like, I feel like we're really making progress. It hasn't beat me yet, right? But I may not be able to finish it until next paycheck. Because it's beat me pretty hard, right? Like, see this stick here? This stick is for if he gets out of line. I can whack him. And it leaves marks, but like I could say, oh, he just fell down again. He's just old. Can't defend himself. Very good. Okay, I didn't really mean any of that.
I just fell over. I'm old. I fell over.
I didn't really mean it. I would not beat the old man. I might threaten it, but I wouldn't actually do it. It doesn't really work either when I threaten. So I don't know why I would waste my breath. I don't know what I'm saying, so I'm done. Is R12 available where you're at?
Probably not.
We might be able to find some, but for the cost,
You got it, and you got to have a license.
Do you really? Oh, I didn't know you had to have a license, so we're not even trying. All these vehicles, this already had R134 conversion, and the Jeep and the Subaru and the Ram truck that I want to mess with the air conditioning on, they're all R134. So I'm just gonna work with R134 because it's what we got, and it's plentiful. You can still buy it in the stores. I don't think we have to have a license. I don't know. Maybe we do.
Not for our one.
We're trying to use it in a way that is like we've got a recovery machine, and we're not going to vent things to atmosphere because it's just too damn expensive to waste. So Josh says they could do it by helicopter. It's a huge drop off the side, no way to get cars out. Oh, except helicopter. Yeah, Heavy D Sparks could bring his helicopter. He rescues boats with his helicopter. Has anybody ever seen Heavy D Sparks? He does all the big stuff. That guy must be rich. Yeah, like airlifting it out with dual rotor helicopters. Anything is possible with enough money. But if you saw the drops off this tiny road with almost no weight bearing capability, oh yeah. Ooh. That's awful. Who else do I watch Matt's Off-Road Recovery. Does anybody ever watch that? He's out west.
Who?
He did Matt's Off-Road Recovery.
The one I watch is Pepe's Towing, and they pull stuff off that road.
Oh, there you go. There's a lot of fun towing and rescue channels. I dig the big machines and when they, do the off-road rescues and stuff like that. It's kind of cool. It's fun.
No.
I shouldn't be wasting my time. What's wrong? It's just not going?
Worked to get this, and I routed it one spot wrong, and I caught it.
Oh, man. Tavo says I'm not even allowed to legally touch R134A here. Oh, really? They have it outlawed there? So you could just buy it off the shelves at the auto parts store here. But I don't know. I don't know the real... I'm doing my best to learn and to be, responsible with it. Right? I don't want to waste it. It's too damn expensive. That's my fallback, right? Obviously I don't want to hurt the environment either, but why would I waste it? Okay. New internet money? Heavy D, yeah, maybe. Internet rich? I don't know. He must have had a lot to start with. Maybe? No? They got the bodies out, but leave the cars. Well, I mean, in an emergency, I guess. Special Agent says Trailmater is my favorite off-road rescue. Did you ever watch Trailmater? I think I've seen them. I don't think I've watched them, so I'll have to check that out. Now they're going to come up in my thing. Tim says, I like the Corvair station wagon.
Oh, me too. Lakewood. Most people in here don't know what a Lakewood is, but I bet you so.
But who has the Corvair station wagon that they're talking about? Does Matt's Off-Road have the Corvair station wagon? I saw they had his episode a couple weeks ago with 2 Corvairs in it. Or are you talking about something different, Tim? Barry Kuda says, I spun my VF Regal on David Street years ago. I don't know where David Street is. Barry Kuda's out west, though. Who knows where that is? Tavo says it's not outlawed, but only available to a select few. What refrigerant do they make you use, Tavo? You were saying that you have to use the... what do they use? Campo. What was the refrigerant that they used? The petroleum-based one?
Probably just
propane.
Propane or butane or something.
Man.
Why is he such a bitch?
Dean says, first day on the job, a Mark III Zephyr Zodiac crashed into the roundabout. Oops. Do you need help over there, or are you just cussing at it?
I'm just cussing at it.
All right. Use some stern words. Do you want me to smack it? Smack the tire a little bit. All right. Get her going there now. Don't be difficult. Come on. Get you. Cooperate with Buffalo Campo. We've done all this for you. We're just asking for a little cooperation.
Well, I got the zip tire out, but then I couldn't get my hand out with it.
Oh.
Hot.
Casey Liddell banned me from commenting on his channel. Oh, I'm sorry, Stray Bullet.
Who did that? I don't know who that is.
That name sounds familiar. We should know everybody who's famous. We're going to look foolish for not knowing who's who. Mexican Spec says, I can't imagine what happens on Mulholland these days when a Toyota Camry can do high speeds. Dean says, I hope you didn't argue about a Godzilla being a big block, Stray Bullet. Oh, did you start some stuff, Stray Bullet? I see. Dracuda says, weren't shack locks in David Street? I don't know what that means.
Kim, before I start this, I want you to look at it, make sure nothing's tangled up. I think it's okay.
James says Mulholland has better guardrails now. Not many cars go over the side anymore. Oh, okay. Papa says DIYers use the propane, and even then are discouraged. You'd think they'd come up with something that was, like this is the responsible stuff to use. Try this.
No, they don't do that because the politicians don't make any money.
Well, that's stupid. That's stupid.
politicians want their cut.
Well, I mean,
And that's the reaction.
considering all you're doing is pulling out the
Because
driveway, I'd say this.
Every time they change to something that's safe, by the time a few cars get into the safe stuff, the politicians don't make so much money anymore. They decide it's not safe anymore. And now you got to use some new stuff.
Oh, right. I get it. It's political.
Yeah, it's political.
Let's
And
try.
it's not one side or the other. It's all sides.
Oh, yeah.
And you take their cut.
Everybody has to have their hands in the pot. There's too much money being made for them to ignore and let us just live.
Okay, what's going to be? Did you see anything that's bad?
No, I think it's overdone considering all we plan to do is pull it out.
Well, no matter what happened, it was a loop that was real close to the belt that does turn.
It's all the way clear.
It took me a while to get that out of the way.
It's
okay.
Clear.
Now, do we want to put an air cleaner on this before I start it up? We're just going to let it sit there and suck air.
Nah, let's put the air cleaner on so some bugs don't crawl down in there and make a mess.
Why? It's going to fry the bugs.
Just gonna what?
It's going to just send the bugs up the tailpipe.
No, let's
It's going to get caught in something on
mud daubers make messes.
Okay. Yeah, we don't want mud daubers in there.
If you leave the spark plugs out, the mud daubers will make nests in your cylinders.
Yeah, and then they don't.
Dirt is very abrasive.
They don't go out.
Dirt even more abrasive than me.
Okay, so the next thing I need is my key.
Okay.
And then I'm going to need some help from you, so they're going to have to talk to each other for a few minutes while I.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to drive the car out, and you're going to open the door just enough to let me out, get it closed before all the bugs come.
Yeah.
And we got the humidity in here down.
I know, and it's going to right back up.
Okay, well.
Such is right.
I got to move this thing.
I got to make the car around it too much. These got to go with the.
We got to keep the parts with the.
With the parts.
Yeah, whatever we're with.
Where's the other bolt?
Okay.
There it is.
Are we sure there's no bolts left over in here? Okay, there's 4 of them.
There's those 4 bolts.
Okay. All right.
The battery hold down. So wait for where's it?
Okay.
Dang.
Okay, Tim. Maybe let's start.
They did find for centuries before air conditioning was invented. Yeah. One of the problems is a lot of the cars are designed to have air conditioning. Like they don't have the good flow-through ventilation like they should. She means well. Hey, wait. The Jeep's parked right outside. I have to move it. Yeah.
I did not bring my sheet.
I do have it. I got it. Let me go out and move it. Sorry, guys. We're distracted for like 5 minutes, okay? Stay out of trouble. Chat amongst yourselves. We're taking a brief intermission. I gotta go out and move the Jeep. I gotta find my key. And he's gonna get this out of the way. Now I guess we'll bring Dart in. I don't know. Maybe we'll do some cleaning or something for a little while. I think that Dart is on the high on the list to get things better organized.
okay?
Yeah, I just didn't know it was taking so long, so I got out of see what's going on.
I had to take the sheep over to the house.
Oh, I didn't know you drove to the house.
Well, where else am I going to put it?
I don't. I need promotion. Pants are falling down.
Okay, they can hear you.
Well,
Guys, sorry for
they
this.
don't have to see me tighten up my belt. No, I'm doing it.
Sorry for the delay. We had to move a vehicle. These things happen. It happens when you're in a shop. You have to move things around. You cannot have the same car in the background every street. Miss One-Eyed Cat says she is back. She was cooking dinner for
Well,
tomorrow.
she missed the free-for-all chat.
It was a free-for-all chat.
We were gone too. We were out moving cars around, and we lost half our crew while we were moving cars around. Sorry about that. With mustard. What happened? Oh, the cameras moved way over. I know that's not right.
He likes to sit way
I don't know.
over
I
there.
I don't like to be way over there. And it keeps dropping down and down. I don't know why that camera does that. It just slowly drifts down because now I can't see the Studebaker. And I put it back up, and within a few minutes, it's pointing toward the floor again. I don't know what's wrong with that camera, that the other camera didn't do that. This camera does do that. I don't know.
Okay, I don't know either. It seems like you're about.
It's just
Buff needs a cookie.
It's just something that camera does. Sir, I go for a corned beef sandwich right now. Man, I just watched a video about some place in LA that does that. Well, I guess it was pastrami, but there's a place called Katz's in New York City that's supposed to be the best, and they said the one in LA is better. I don't know. The guy's like 80 years old, and he says they'll close it the day he dies, and it's been there for decades. It's supposed to be best pastrami, but I don't know. Corned beef's sort of like pastrami. I like them both. Reheated shepherd's D?
Pie.
Oh, pie. I thought that was a Russian D.
Shepherd's pie sounds yummy. That's with
You're back. I took a nap.
Potatoes. It was just a cat nap because we weren't gone that long. Holy moly.
Ari's here. Hey.
Welcome in, Ari.
So we got one car out. You took the other one over to the house. You want to bring the Dart in, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or does that mean starting another project this late, or just pulling it in?
I don't know.
Because if we're not going to start it, you might just well leave it outside as a running car. But it wouldn't take that long to drain the oil.
It needs an oil change, and we could. It'll be cool and comfy in there for next time. Kevin said.
Oh yeah, if you bring it in, sure it'll cool off.
Kevin, welcome in. I'm sorry to hear that you're having difficult times in your family.
A shepherd must die for Dean to have pie. What, do you eat the shepherd? Shepherd's pie.
Now what's broken? Just the air conditioning, and it was broken before. We actually have made really good progress. It's closer than it's ever been. And I was able to bring the smoke back in. I turned the smoke machine into a refrigerant recovery and recycling machine. Back into it, because that's what it was before it became a smoke machine.
She said she was going to go into the board level and replace components on the board. See, I looked up the board. It was $500 for a replacement board. I thought that machine's just trash. So I thought, if she goes into that board, that's just going to smoke again. But it didn't.
Not yet.
It's working.
Not yet. I mean, it hasn't done much yet. So.
Kevin Smith always got to have something broken. Oh, yeah.
I mean, we'll never run out of fleet of vehicles like we do. There's lots of things to do, and we bring them up to a serviceable measure, and then we sort them, and that process takes months, years maybe, and that's not even restoration. That's honestly, restoration is like making everything new again, but like even restored cars need sorted. When you start driving a restored car, you're going to run into stuff that isn't right because replacement parts don't match properly. They don't function the way they were intended. Things fail right out of the box. It looks brand new, but it doesn't work. And the sorting process still needs to happen with any vehicle that's been out of service and brought back into service. So we're really honing our skills at sorting cars. His car is getting well sorted. My car is getting pretty well sorted. I feel like I could get in it and drive it. And the oil change does not prevent me from driving it. It just needs one. It's got break-in oil in it, and it's certainly...
It's getting enough miles on it. We should get the break-in oil out of it.
Yeah.
And where's the oil I bought? Is it up here?
No, it's in the kitchen.
It's still in the kitchen. Okay, I was kind of short, buddy, but yeah, it's in the kitchen. So I bought some... Lucas oil for her that's meant for older cars that need more zinc and that kind of thing.
Do you guys, I did it out of spite, but do you guys have enough of the ceiling? I'm going to fix the camera a little bit.
Just tilt it a little so it's straight.
It's really hard to tilt a little. It only wants to tilt
I know that for some reason that mount is just.
Because it's a $20 camera.
It's not because the last camera was a $20 camera. It didn't do that.
Yes, it did. It sucked.
But it was.
I
had a lot less trouble with it.
You were always bitching. That's where I like it. I don't want to see this field. It's got the super wide angle lens. It's kind of yucky. But otherwise, you can't see much. You want to see what's going on. I want to put the camera over there again, but then I have to move the screen. I moved everything like this so that when I was working in the shop, he didn't have to twist his neck as much because he had that accident. His neck hurt.
My neck is better since all that physical therapy. I can sleep without this arm.
Improved.
It is improved.
But not better.
It's better than it was.
Right.
Yeah, I wish I could still go to physical therapy, but
you could.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get some money out of the other guy's insurance company. I'm struggling with that. I'll be lucky if I get anything.
All right, I'm gonna go over, see if I can get the car to fire up. It's been a week or two since I've driven it because we've been doing other things.
This is off, I think.
The radio.
It's on now.
The radio.
I'm gonna get the oil.
You're gonna get the oil?
Yep, and we're gonna bring it over here and pull it in. So he's gonna entertain you. Do you want anything while I'm over there? Snacks? Cookies,
No, it's just gonna
ice
make
cream?
me better. I don't want to get better. How many squirrels gonna die in that exhaust tube vent? Oh yeah, we gotta put a
As many as it takes.
flapper valve on the outside. That's up kind of high on the side of a steel building, so it's. I don't know. You think squirrels can climb up the side of the steel?
Oh yeah.
She goes,
There'll be
yeah.
stuff in there. Yeah, we better do something or something will get in there. I'm sure of it, but.
The frogs or something will go in there.
Oh, they will. All right, I got my keys. I'm headed over.
Okay. Yeah, just call when you're ready to come in, and I'll open the door.
I'll just drive around aimlessly until it opens. I'll rev the engine, so you know.
Dean Stevens, Buff Del Campo, you was born lucky. There are old pilots and bold pilots, but what's the rest? Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. I know some that are crazy pilots, predictable, and they got killed. But I know some that were really good pilots that were skilled, and still something went wrong. Just had a bad day. Something happened. They just couldn't get out. And I don't know. I flew for 30 years. That's enough of that. Do something else. Yeah, I don't want to. I just don't want to fly anymore. And pilots that are born rich, those are the worst ones because they're born with enough money to buy anything they want, and then they buy an airplane that's way outside their skill level, and they stack it up somewhere. I know a guy who used to. He was a test pilot working on single-engine turboprop airplanes, home-built airplanes, and high-performance airplane that's. It can get ahead of you very quickly. This guy's a pretty good pilot. But people would buy those things, and then he'd train them to go from like private pilot level into this high performance turboprop. And he'd said, some of them, he'd just tell them, you shouldn't be flying this. You got to get some experience in some other airplanes first. You shouldn't be flying this. You know, and a couple of them went out, flew it anyway, and you know what happened. Stacked it up somewhere. It was just predictable, you know. You know, more confidence in themselves than they. I don't know. That's something I always thought is when I get an airplane, especially in flight testing, newer airplanes, you know, flight testing isn't that exciting, but what it is that you got some new stuff. You gotta be, you gotta understand the systems, and you just gotta be careful, and you gotta remember that. Really got to be thinking about what you're doing, and you can't be overconfident. I think that's what saved me most of the time. But sometimes I have surprises. But not ones that were terrible. Oh, I hear a car coming this way. Kirk Kendall. Good evening. I haven't seen you yet here, but I was like out of the area for a while, so maybe you've been here, but kind of like that Kennedy. Yeah, JFK Jr. The aircraft aren't like surface skimmers until they skim the surface. Usually, it's skimming the surface is bad. It's a steeper angle. It's bad. Yeah, Kennedy got into some instrument conditions, and he was not instrument rated, but he was close. But you know, very cool. My brother started flying in 1970 in Piper Cherokee. I heard it running. Mexican Spec says he's taking off to go burn stuff before it rains tomorrow. Okay, take care, Mexican Spec. Be careful with a fire. Yeah, glad I'm not a Kennedy. Yeah, I want to tell the story. He had called my boss, was really interested in one of the airplanes we had, wanted one. And my boss was pretty excited about one of the Kennedys flying the airplane. He got thinking about it. He just quit taking his calls because he goes, if something happens to him in one of our airplanes, then we're the one that killed him. And he ended up dying in a Piper or something, single engine Piper, not one of our planes. Yeah, Cherokee's a great airplane. Just there's some ADs on that thing with where the wings bolt on, center section stuff. I don't know exactly what it is, but I know you got to take care of that. Make sure you don't shed a wing. Inspector Bruce, I don't have to worry about critters and large bugs since I live in residential housing development. Aren't they around there anyway? Kennedys aren't the luckiest. Yeah. Yeah, very good. Says, I think the Cherokee learned is still in service. Yeah, there's an AD out about though somehow where the wings bolt on, and I don't know exactly what. I haven't read the AD. I just know it exists. I know it's a serious AD. It's an airworthiness directive, which is something that needs to be taken care of, and I know I know that exists. So I think they're okay if you take care of the AD. I think it would be cool to do one of those paraglider things too, says Ari. Oh, I hear a car coming this way, I think. Oh, it is. It's getting closer. She's got to do a little of this kind of thing out here to get lined up with the door. Kennedys have trouble with bridges and airplanes. Oh, it's up. Okay, you want me to open the door?
If you just want to talk to the stream, I can open the door for myself. It's up to you.
I'll get the door. Good, pretty good. There's some kind of a crunch. When you came in, it sounded like the door Like hit the door? Did it hit the door? I couldn't figure out what that noise was.
No. I hear. I know where you're hearing, but it's quiet.
I don't know something. Oh, through the chair. Look at the dent you put in the chair. Oh, I did. She crashed the chair. Big old dent in the chair. Right there. You know what it hit? Hit the shaft on the air conditioning press. Oh, you knocked the chair over with your car?
Yeah.
Why does this chair went way down? Has a hydraulic thing on the bottom of this chair. Once in a while it sinks down by itself. Propellers are kind of important. What's that? Not big on propellers anymore. Oh yeah, because you got smacked in the face with a drone.
Oh, drone.
The drones I flew were enormous. They weren't little drones.
I smell lawsuit.
Yeah, it's his friend though.
No, sue the manufacturer.
Oh, what's this? Kara Kendall says he shows some. I don't know if those are paragliders or if they're parachutes a square or what it is. It says his bucket list.
Oh, you know what the other thing that I wanted to do on this was?
What's that?
Backup lights.
Backup lights. Were my backup lights working? I couldn't see shit behind me, and I don't know why.
I think they were. I just don't think that you can see shit.
Because last time.
Kim drives a dartboard. Sometimes I'm bored. Mostly I enjoy it.
Yeah, I don't know why. The last time I looked, the backup lights worked well, but it was couldn't see out the background. I stepped on the brakes, I could see it was all red back there, and I was hitting something. I didn't know what I was hitting. It felt like I was hitting a big old bush, but when we got out and looked afterwards, there was no bush. So maybe it's just one of those little weeds, and it was scratching the bottom of the car or something. I don't know. Yeah, Kim drives a dartboard and a Ford van and a Jeep.
You think that's enough cooler for the transmission? That's probably more than
this is plenty. Well, don't we have a nicer looking one? I mean, this will work.
Why use up a nice one?
Why would use up a nice one? Well, this one from the front looks okay. It's kind of, I guess this could be the front. Do we have any of those connectors, those zip-on connectors? Oh, you don't, you know what you probably should do is build a bracket. That's right. That's going to be a big old hassle, isn't it?
Really?
I don't. See, Barracuda.
Zip tied on there. Straps.
Kevin Smith, it's Kim. What's this space?
What space?
Second one up from the bottom.
I don't know.
Inspector Bruce says, I got a job offer from some AV Aero Environment Company.
Cool.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Do you want to go back to work? He's my age. Does he want to go back to work? Yeah, Bruce and I haven't seen each other since we were, 19? Maybe 18, 19. I was 19 there. I don't know how Bruce was. He was either 18 or 19 when we were hanging out together. It was pretty funny. We hung out together in 1973, and then he shows up in here, and here he is. Yeah. Man, that was pre-internet days. Pre-computer days.
I don't have a comb for it, but...
Well, home. Home still work.
Well, on these, I've seen people use cones on these. They work really good.
Really?
Refrigeration cones? Combs? If you have the right size, they work great.
Oh, Bruce says some headhunter sent him an email.
Oh, nice.
I'm just wondering, you were...
Some positions can be really difficult to fill.
He went from Air Force maintenance guy to, I guess, directly to an inspector. I don't know if you were an A&P working on airliners or an inspector. I don't know how that worked. I don't know what license you have. They flew some long missions in those PBYs. Yep. Oh, because Kim says Bob can't see shit. Aero Environment is a UAV company. Yeah, I did a lot of that. I did a lot of UAV stuff. Well, one of the airplanes, it was an airplane I had done most of the design work on. It was a single place or a two-place airplane. So it's like 1,200-pound airplane. And this company wanted to use it as a UAV. And so I ended up working on that project. And after I moved to Tennessee, I was away from the company I was working for. So like a year later, the guy that had been my customer called me and he wanted me to go work for him for a short period of time to go work on some flight testing because they're having some problems with the airplane. And I went to work for him, ended up working for him for, 15 years or more.
Yeah.
And mostly flight testing. Yeah, what a fun thing that was, you know. Because it wasn't just that airplane. In fact, it was very little that airplane. It was all kinds of airplanes. The thing you saw, no action certificate, was all target shooting and practice dropping depth charges. There was a guy who used to have an electrical shop, auto electric shop next door to one of my radiator shops. He's an older guy, and I was younger then. He was a PBY mechanic in World War II, and then he got his college education, became an officer, and he retired from the Navy as a lieutenant commander, a commander. He was an 05 when he retired, and he said his job was a Commodore, which is, he was in charge of 4 minesweepers. Like, man, there's something I would want to do. Minesweeper. Bruce says, I started as an A&P with Western Airlines. I used GI Bill to go to junior college for my A&P. Oh, okay. Western Airlines. Man, I used to fly all over the Pacific on Western because the military used them. So I went to Hawaii on Western, and I went to Alaska. Actually, I went to Alaska on a C5 and came back on Western Airlines. But back then they were, man, every Western Airlines flight I had was a DC-10 back then. You know, I think one of those flights was a 727. But I flew a lot of the 727
I have
flights.
a 727 transmission right
727, there. Yeah, 727 was up and down the coast. Oh, that reminds me, John Cope. What's today? Is today 727 or is that another day?
Oh, I don't know. We're close to it.
He has
today or tomorrow.
He has a sale. Oh, this is Sunday. Yeah, it's today. All day he has a sale on transmission parts because it's 727.
Valve body. 727
valve bodies. He has.
Check it out if you need a valve body for your 727.
He has a sale on them.
10% off all day for 727. Yep. So like a holiday.
So if you're into automatic transmission valve bodies, today's the day. One day only. He says when he comes in Monday, he's going to get all those shipped out. Or try to. But he has them all made. He made a bunch of valve bodies. He likes valve bodies. And he designs his own valve bodies. Yeah. It's pretty cool stuff, you know.
He's got the equipment for it. It's a big thing.
This was rolling in my power chair earlier this afternoon. One of my front teeth fell out.
Fell out!
Is that fell out or flew out? Some kind of F, L.
I don't know, but you'd be saying F if you lost a tooth. Last time I lost a tooth, I was distraught. So upset. Losing teeth stinks.
Yeah, I lost teeth in the back of my mouth because I crashed a bicycle and broke my jaw, and when my jaw went back, it broke teeth and just crushed them in the back of my mouth. That was not a fun day.
They give you a headache.
Oh man, it dislocated my jaw back here and broke teeth and broke both arms, and it was a pretty good crash. I was 15 then. I had a paper out. I worked at a bicycle shop, and then there was a girlfriend I wanted to see. I had a lot to pack into the afternoon, you know. 15-year-old wanted to see a girlfriend, you know. So I got my paper out then. Got out in my 10 speed, went over to the bicycle shop, pulled up in front of the bike shop, grabbed both brakes, and the bike just disappeared under me because the front brake grabbed pretty hard. Off the front of the bike I went, smashed into the ground and broke both arms and dislocated my jaw and all that whole mess. Cut my chin. I ended up with stitches all across my chin. but I never got over to see the girl. It was the day before Thanksgiving in 1969. I remember it well. And she and her mother were leaving for the weekend, for the 4 days, and I wasn't going to see her for 4 days, so I wanted to get over to her house. I ended up in a hospital instead. Jeez.
I'm sorry you got hurt. This ought to be okay. It doesn't need to be perfect. It's going to be down under the grill.
Josh Holman, I finished, but not with grenades. Oh, I fished, but not with grenades. Yeah, that's probably not a good way to fish.
What a great way to fish. That's why they don't allow it.
Very criticism, grenade fishing, drinking beer, enjoying the tropical sun. What happens? Fish just float to the surface?
Yeah.
Or do they go to the bottom and you got to go dive in there?
Either way, they don't run away. I'll tell you that.
Stray Bullet says that sounds like a terrible bicycle accident. You know, that happened. It was a long, skinny store, and up the front there's a big window, and they had some bicycles on display, and I worked in the back. So I had this big old crash, and everybody comes running out of the store because my bicycle hit that window, and it didn't break the window. But of course they heard it hit the window. So the guy I worked for was, I don't know, probably 35 years old or something. He comes out, and there's an old man there. I didn't know who the old man was, and I went in the back, and it was the guy that owned it was Ken. It was Ken's father. So I could hardly move my arms, and there's just blood everywhere, all over my arms. I can't figure out where the blood's coming from. And it just, right up here, hurts on both sides of my head because my jaw's dislocated. So I kept reaching up, and my arms were broken, so I couldn't reach my head. And this old man says to me, he goes, "Sonny, you're going to need stitches in that chin." I'm like, "Chin?" I don't know what he's talking about. I stand up, and there's a mirror in there. I go over and look at the mirror. This giant gash across my chin. And that's where all the blood's coming from. It's like, oh, man.
That's a hell of an accident.
Jeez, yeah, it was a bad accident. My father showed up, not happy, put me in the car, took me to the hospital, stitches in the chin, x-rays. They're moving my head all around, x-ray tech, just jerking my head around and taking x-rays. She was hurting me. She gets all done. She goes, "We got to redo them. You left your glasses on." So they had all these great x-rays on my glasses, you know. So she jerked my head all around again and did it a second time. Oh, man. I'll never forget that day. Not fun. Kevin Smith says, "My brother lost his 66 Fury ice fishing. Car fell right through the ice.
No way!
I worked for a guy, used to drive around on Conneaut Lake out in Pennsylvania, and he lost one of his trucks. It started going through the ice, and he got out of the truck, and the truck went to the bottom. He had to walk back off the ice.
Yikes. That happened on was it like a donut? Too long where they fell through the ice with the vehicle.
This one-eyed cat says, "We had a manager fired the other day. She was working there 20 years because she got scammed at work for $1,000. We're out of $1,000, and the cops won't do anything about it."
Man.
So what was the scam? Might be too long to tell here. The more we know how to recognize the scams, the better.
That stinks. Should have insurance for that, but $1,000 isn't enough money to make an insurance premium.
Yeah, insurance probably has $1,000 deductible. So that's what I've learned about insurance. You got to have it, and they're going to do anything they can to weasel their way out of pain.
Yeah.
Lee says, "My friend died in a racetrack and cause of explode and fire back in 2000s. Wow.
Oh,
Sorry to hear that.
It's horrible.
I've had too many friends die in crashes and accidents. And then when you get older, there's friends that just die, you know. there's like all these people I knew when I was young. They're all gone. Now there's all these new people. Of course, they weren't there when I was young, like most of y'all. And so there's new people. People come, people go, but sometimes they go too soon. That's not good. Kin's straightening pins.
Some kind of adhesive in this.
Yeah, I noticed there's adhesive in there.
I mean,
It probably looks like blue silicone.
yeah. I mean, the thing of it is there's enough cooling capacity that even if it's clogged and bent and stuff, it's still more than adequate. The lines themselves are enough cooling capacity. I don't know, maybe we could get into traffic or something like that.
Man, when I was working with the airplanes, I used to get phone calls, and somebody would call me, and, hey, how you doing? They go, remember? And they tell me somebody's name, and I go, what do you mean remember them? As soon as they say remember Jim, whoever, or whatever, it's like, what do you mean remember them? And you know what the next part of the story is going to be. Kevin Smith says, please no death talk. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're having a rough
I'm sorry,
weekend.
Kevin. The garage is a place where we can kind of get away from our troubles.
Yep.
And focus on something.
Very good. I had a bicycle accident in '79, head on with a car. My fault. Your fault. At least you admit. Shattered arm, shattered wrist, no helmet in those days. Lucky to live. Made me careful going forward. Yep. Oh man, you know that crash I had in front of that bicycle shop, I never did that again. You know, I was a whole lot more careful with using both brakes, which all that was is I'd become so overconfident because it always worked so well. Jacques Mahova? How would you pronounce that? Mahova? Good evening.
Welcome in. Aliens are number one.
UFOs.
Yeah, UFO.
Yeah, we had enough of that dying stuff this week. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Kevin.
Yep. So, let's go the other direction. Who had friends that had babies this week? Somebody new. Somebody that's going to see the 22nd century.
Grandkids?
Yeah.
New people.
You know, there's people born right now that are going to see the 22nd century.
Dang. No, there's not.
Well,
Century?
We're in the 21st century right now.
Yeah. Centuries are 100.
Centuries are 100, that's right.
Yeah, they'll probably be people like 75 years.
So how many here knew people in the 19th century? Man, when I was a kid, when I was born, there were people 55 years old were born in the 1800s. So I knew a lot of people. When I was a kid, I knew a lot of people that were born in the late 1800s.
Were they weird old people?
They were old people, yeah. And of course, when I was young, they were people.
When you were young, 50-year-olds were old people.
Yeah, I thought the 50-year-olds were ancient.
I know.
Man, I remember 50. That was pretty good. Oh, man. Dean Stevens, at least you weren't on a Royal Enfield and got your trouser leg caught in the chain like my friend's uncle did. He lived. Oh, you know, I rode bicycles that didn't have chain guards on them, and I got my pants caught in the chain more than once, and then that you end up, you fall down with the bicycle, and it's never fun. Let's see, Straight Boat says, did you have the handlebars flipped upside down on your 10-speed? I had the handlebars that look like this. They go across, and they roll under like this. But they also had, so the brakes are down low, but they also have like little extended things up here where you can pull the brakes like this. I almost always rode it like this, and I always grabbed both brakes, and I could stop pretty quickly. I just overdid it, and I got the front wheel, just stopped, and, did a reverse wheelie, a stoppie. I did a stoppie, a complete stoppie.
It's a real thing.
Yeah, but stoppies, you're supposed to just go like this. You're not supposed to go all the way over.
You're supposed to dance and stay on the bike. No.
But I wasn't trying to do a stoppie. I was just trying to stop.
Yeah, it's like when you spin your car, but you're not trying to drift.
Dean Stevens said in 1976, because I knew 5 5 people over 80 years old. And yeah, I knew a lot of people born in the 1800s back when. But a Carfano had scam call last week. Someone on the phone crying, "Daddy, I need bail money. I have no kids." So I knew they were full of yeah. Yeah, guess what? You're stuck in jail, and you're full of crap. Straight bullet. You have to tuck your pants in. You know what? They had these rings, these steel spring rings that you could put on your pants and gather them up tight. Do you remember those things? They sold them in bike shops. You stick them on there and gather your pants up so they wouldn't get caught in the chain. But chain guard was pretty good.
But I remember leg warmers in the 80s.
Leg warmers in the 80s. Yeah, that'd work too.
One has a scar on his leg from a bike chain. All right, you guys are making me think I need to put a chain cover on that mini bike that I haven't worked on yet.
Ooh. After of course I look like a dork, but I'm safe on my bike. Oh,
Looking like a dork is a good point.
Once I had one problem with the chain, my parents were adamant about chain guards on the bike. Because I'd take things apart, and then I'd want to go ride it before I got it all back together, as soon as I was able to ride. And, yeah, I did. Just, my parents were horrible with me. You do that, I'm going to take your tools. You're never going to work on a bike again. Yeah, okay. Oh, there was a real bad accident as a kid. A tricycle. I took the front wheel off a tricycle.
Oh, you've told this story.
And my cousins came into town. They were from a long ways away. We had to go pick them up. And I just set the tricycle on the front wheel. And we left. Came back, and we got talking to cousins and everything. In the meantime, we lived on a pretty steep hill. My brother went out there, took the tricycle up the hill. He's riding down the hill. Of course, I'm like 5 years old. He's like 4 years old. Going down the hill about as fast as a tricycle, go down the hill. Feet off the pedals. It's going like this, and the front wheel came off. Well, he went on the ground, and the pavement on the street is like 3 grit sandpaper. It just buffed the whole side of his face off. Man, did I get in trouble. Oh, man, did I get in trouble. Kevin Smith got my big toe in a sprocket. Oh, man. Our neighbor, I remember this guy, his name was Max. He was my age. And he got his same thing. He got his front toe caught, went around the chain and the sprocket. And his mother was a nurse, and she couldn't even fix that at home. They had to take it to the hospital. Oh, man. Yeah, this is all the things that happens with your kids.
Yikes. Yikes. I always got hurt. I spent too many times I was at the emergency room. It's always my fault.
Yeah, I went to the emergency room many times.
I was going to play you. Stop doing things.
Kevin Smith, nothing like greasy pant legs from the chain. Well, and then a 10-speed had like a big chain guard that was like a big round thing. Those worked real well too, because you could move that's a derailleur, and you could move the chain from one sprocket to another. Sprocket, the dog in Fraggle Rock. Buddy Carfano says, "Do you have your oversized drain plug ready?"
Oh gosh, I hope not. Alternator worked. The new alternator charges
Tim,
the battery.
where is
What?
that little jack stand? Because I know what you'll do if I don't force the issue, is you'll crawl under the car without a jack stand.
All right.
And last time I put a jack stand under the car while she was working on it, she let the car down. She said, "Why won't it go down?" There's a jack stand under there. Well, see, this engine's been out. This is a fresh engine. That's why we're changing the oil.
Yeah, this is the first oil change.
First oil change is full of what you call
It's
oil.
5,000-mile oil change. I don't know.
It's probably less than that, I hope.
It hasn't been that much. It's like it's been through maybe one full tank of gas.
So I assume you did get the oil in the filter.
Yeah.
got mirrors.
And mirrors.
Yeah, and there's other oil in here that I bought to do the oil change.
Mirrors. MEARS.
Oh, and I bought zinc. I bought zinc at that. Oh, well, we're not
No. Here.
Sorry, got it.
I'm done. I want to show this.
Oh,
This is special oil for, see this? High zinc. CDDP. So,
I got a mirror out of the
a
dumpster.
mirror out of the dumpster. We don't have a dumpster.
Do now. Dumpster diving from
What dumpster did you get that out of?
over in the city, actually.
This chair that I always roll around on, this came from a dumpster in Arizona. A guy was cleaning out his shop and threw it in the dumpster, and I pulled it right back out.
People don't want stuff that's too much trouble to sell.
I was going to cut the back off and just use it for a chair, like, to sit on low, because it goes up and down. I was just going to lower it down when I'm working on brakes or something, but I brought it here, and it's nice having the back, so this is a free chair. I got a lot of free stuff. Straight bullet, those, I just used Walmart oil. That's what I used in my car, wasn't it? What did I use? Yeah, it was Walmart oil, I think. I'm not really afraid of the oil that doesn't have the high zinc because the newer cars, the newer ratings on the oil, they can't use as much detergent, which is calcium. And the calcium is the calcium and the zinc try to occupy the same space, and the calcium wins. But when they lower the calcium, now the zinc's able to stay around on the cam and everything, so that actually works. But I don't know, I bought this for Kim because I wanted to have it. So I may buy this for mine next time. But Carfano, Jack Stan, a must. Never trust a Jack. Just ask me how I know. Uh-oh. Kevin Smith, Dad got me a new Raleigh 13-speed when I was a kid. That thing cost almost $700 back in the 70s.
Oh, that's an expensive.
I remember seeing Raleigh
That's an
bicycles.
expensive bicycle.
I remember seeing. Oh, what's
That
this?
was the other oil I found.
This is the other oil she found.
What is?
It's Mobile Delvac 1300 for long engine life. 10W30. What is this? It's Delvac. Sounds like something goes in a vacuum cleaner.
That'll be good for something.
Oh, it's a premium synthetic blend. So it's
Look,
probably got some Group 4 and some Group 3.
it was on clearance. It's really cheap. So 10W30. If nothing else, it'll run.
It's meant for diesel engines.
If nothing else, it'll run the hydraulics in the skid steer real good.
Yeah, I think that's what you should use. If you watch the oil, what's his name? The Oil Geek.
The oil geek.
Yeah, but his channel is something Oil Geek.
I don't know. If anybody gets it, you get
I have learned so much from that guy. And one thing I've learned from is there's reasons not to run the diesel oil in gasoline-powered cars, and I don't remember all the reasons, but he had very good reasons. But I've learned a lot from him. Yeah, I've learned a lot from him. Like Nash bar sports handlebars were on my Univega. Univega. What's a Univega? Where are you from? John, where are you from? I think we might have another worldwide listener.
We use Scooch for just a smidge.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. On pause.
Dean Stevens says, Dello. Spectre Bruce, my 21-speed Raleigh only cost me $600. It was a base model cruiser, and that was in 2010. Kevin Smith, that's an awesome bike. Pitt's here. Good evening.
Car in here. Now I just need to figure out what size.
But anyway, I think this will work real well on a slant 6 that has. Well, I got her a good filter too. I got her the HP version of the Wix filter, or XP version of the Wix filter. So Kevin Smith, Raleigh is made in China now, a lot cheaper. And
Everything is made.
I worked in a Schwinn shop, and Schwinns were all built in the U.S. Well, then somewhere around in the 70s, they started buying a Chinese or a Japanese bike, which at the time was cheaper. Of course, Japanese is expensive stuff now. And then recently I've seen Schwinn's, brand new in the box Schwinn's, and they say made in China on them. So it's like, well, guess it's not the same. Guess it's not the same thing.
There's no way to compete.
Kevin says used to be made in England. Yeah, Jacques, you don't have to answer me, but I'm just curious where you are, and you don't have to say if you want, because we got worldwide people. We got people from down under, Australia, New Zealand.
Hey, can you
got people in Europe, Asia, South America. What's that?
Can you keep the tray under here?
Kick the tray.
The other side of the jack.
I see it. I see it. I see it.
All the way around. A little further.
Good.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Whoa! Downhill. Going back up the hill. Not much of a hill, but. Inspector Bruce, and heavier. Ah. See, Pitt says Schwinn farmed out manufactured to China, and they copied their industrial knowledge and drove them into bankruptcy, then bought the name. Because I see Schwinn's brand new ones on the internet for sale, and they say made in China right on the box. And Schwinn used to be it was a little on the heavy side, but they're beefy bicycles. And I had a Stingray when I was a kid, and then I was a young teenager, and then I worked at the Schwinn shop then, so I customized the hell out of that Stingray, all the things kids do, little wheel on the front, and long fork, and sissy bar, tuck and roll seat, all this kind of crap. Oh, sanded all the paint off and repainted it with a red and black fade job and everything. It was quite a thing. And then I bought in 1969, I bought a new Schwinn Varsity, and I really needed something, like a 10-speed, because a Stingray, like, you pedal like this and go nowhere. Then I bought a car. See, Dean says Sinker Schwinn. Kevin Smith, I lived on my bicycle when I was a teenager. Me too.
Me three.
Kim says me three. Pitt says Schwinn was one of the first manufacturers burned up by opening up China to the world market. We need a Schwinn tariff. Yeah, I don't know. Tim says still have my 63 Schwinn Varsity. In the 63 Schwinn Varsity, it's very, very much like the 69, but they were evolving, but slowly. It was probably the same frame. And they did used to change colors, and the 69 I had was a new color in 69. It was kind of a dark green color. I forget what it was called. Let's see. Louise says, when I was a kid, I saw an episode of SpongeBob SquarePants. When Squidward, he crashed into a wall and he said, "Oh." I remember SpongeBob, but I was an adult. It was my youngest kid, and he was even getting too old for that. SpongeBob. Kevin Smith, I'd love to have a Schwinn 5-speed pea shooter now, worth a lot of money. Man, I see him. I see him on eBay. I don't remember what I was looking for, but whatever the search was I used, it turned up a whole bunch of those lemon peelers, pea shooters, and orange crates, and all those. I remember when those came out, I was working in the bike shop. They had a big old stick shift and a Springer front end and little wheel with a drum brake on the front. And all the rich kids bought them. Hit update. I've wrestled this 93 Dakota to the mat. Intake plenum fixed. Every sensor replaced. Still only have half a throttle pedal, or it pops back through the throttle body. I know how to fix it. You know what Kim did? She put a carburetor.
What year is his?
Hers is a 93. What year's is yours? Ron Johns. Good evening. Nash Bar has some good Ritchie Comp Ergomax drop handlebar. What? $65. Man, I remember the whole bicycle was $65. Yeah, Kevin says, or the orange crate or grape crate. It was a grape crate? I'm trying to remember that. Dean Stevens says, Pee Wee Herman in Pee Wee's Big Adventure had customized Schwinn DX Cruiser.
Did 93 have ODB codes? Does it throw in codes?
Yeah, Kim says, does 93 have ODB codes? 93. Did they have OBD2 in 93? I don't remember.
Might be ODB 1.
Yeah, 1 is going to be some other weird way to get stuff.
It sounds like a lean condition. Is it running lean? It sounds like you're opening up the throttle and it's getting too much air, not enough gas, and then eventually it starts popping. Sounds like a lean condition. Is the fuel filter clean? Is it clogging the fuel filter? Are the injectors running? Is it throttle body or multi-port injection? Do you have a broken wire or a clogged injector?
Pit reply. I love Miss Kim. Her instincts are correct. Lord, please, let me throw an Edelbrock or something on it soon. She just took one and blocked off where the throttle body was. I don't remember which car that was. And she just cut a hole and made an adapter and bolted a carburetor on it. Took the wiring was all burned up from a fire. So she took all the electronics off it. She got a Volkswagen distributor that fit pretty close, and she got it working.
Did it work?
First crank, it started right up.
Did anybody watch the new Thunderhead 289? He has a Jeep with a 2.4 or something like that. He put a lawnmower carburetor on it because the fuel injection was.
Oh, it's Straight Bullet says here, I missed something. He said something about a bicycle. Then he says, then I advanced to the Stingray. Yeah, I had a Meteor, which I think was British or maybe it was French or something, a Meteor bicycle. And then I got a Schwinn 24-inch, just a single speed, with a coaster brake. And then I got a Schwinn Stingray, single speed coaster brake. And then I got the 10-speed Varsity.
Oh, I guessed correctly. He already gave you the answers, and I guessed before you.
Yeah. Well, I was reading that.
I was on my back under the car.
She was under a car talking to you from under the car, and she's under there still going, and I couldn't read all of it.
Oh, I hope it's running good for you now, Pitt. All right, I got to get this filter off.
Okay, so Kevin's trying to remember what the purple Schwinn was called. That was called what the heck was that thing? Well, Chrysler Corporation called it Plum Crazy, but I don't think Schwinn used Plum. Grape Crate? I don't remember. That doesn't sound familiar, but it could have been. I remember the first one I saw was an orange crate, and the next one I saw was lemon peeler. And then they were like everywhere. Dean Stevenson, Mr. F, puts a motorcycle one-barrel carb on everything.
Yes, he does.
Well, one car, he had a big old tall intake, and he had a 2-barrel on the top of it? And then he backed out the driveway, and he cleared his garage door by like this much. I don't think he planned that. It just happened to work. Didn't have to let air out of tires to get out of the garage. He does all kinds of weird stuff.
Yeah, he's got a big farm now.
Kid says, I'll quit crying now. Very Cuda, my Raleigh rodeo bike had one brake, which was a Sterney Archer rear wheel sort of hub brake. It worked great. Sterney Archer, God, I remember that name. You know, that's something I got good at. Was back then. This was in 1969. I was 15 years old, working at the bike shop. And I got real good at taking those coaster brakes apart, clean them all out and everything. I tried to make one work better and tried to keep the grease off the brake shoes in there. Man, I ruined that thing quickly. I learned you had to put grease on the brakes in there because otherwise it stops really well, like 10 or 12 times, and then it's done. It's all full of shreds. It's ruined. Because ask me how I know that. I ruined one. The one I never had apart was the 2-speed, where you go like this and then you bump it backwards and it goes into a higher gear, and you bump it backwards and it goes into a lower gear. And I never took one of those apart. I kind of wanted one, but I got the 10-speed, and I really didn't need that. Yeah, Dean Stevenson's like a shock absorber bike hub.
Now removing the much hated Fram in favor of a much more loved Wix.
Pitt says, get Kim some better jeans. The views will go up. Just saying. That's what I told her. Quit buying boys' jeans. She goes, they're just going to get dirty in the shop anyway.
They're going to get destroyed. I'm not paying a bunch of money. Maybe I should. Maybe we
sometimes
spend more money to make
she has
more
like
money.
some kind of tight skin, tight pants.
Yeah,
I go,
when I wear nice clothes,
I go, you gotta wear those on a live sometimes. She goes, nah, I ruin them.
I ruin everything.
Yeah, the 2-speed kickback sprocket. I don't know what you call that thing. There was a name for that thing. You know what, they put them on a lot. They had those 3-wheelers that were like meant for old people. They had like a big basket on the back between the wheels, and then the front was like a bicycle. And almost all those had that 2-speed kickback thing.
Smell. Tell me what you think. Now taste it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I'm tasting your oil.
I'm tasting it.
Don't take that to the house. You'd be cooking in it.
I'll cook it. That's right. That's good oil now. It's gutter oil. That's better than what you get out in China.
Mom jeans.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, once in a while she wears tights. Put ape hangers on it.
There's a couple videos.
Yeah, that's what I always.
There's a couple videos where I was wearing some clothes that I if I didn't like the video so much, I'd take it down because it was a little bit choices.
Too risque.
It was a little bit about choices there. Maybe should have worn something a little less skin tight and whatnot.
Girls' bikes and cruisers got a lot of the 2-speed hubs. I don't know what the cruiser was. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, but those 3-wheel things, I don't know if you know the ones I mean. It had like a big basket between the wheels, and then you pedal it. The front half was a bicycle. But a lot of those had the 2-speed things. And my throat.
Even
throat.
I can't keep track of the oil change because of the stupid.
Oh, did you find my mileage in any of your videos last night?
Oh, it's 108. How far off did you be?
She was really giving me a hard time about not writing down the mileage, but I wrote it down on a piece of tape, stuck it on the back of my phone. Then when the car was in here, I took the piece of tape off my phone and I put it on the radiator core support. Well, she comes last night over the car with the rag all soaked in kerosene. She's wiping off the car. She wipes the mileage right off where I wrote it. So there's a piece of blank tape there. Go, what are you doing? It was so important to write it there, and then you wiped it off. So she said, well, it was 108 something. What was made in USA?
This Wix filter says
made in USA.
What do you think of
Is
that?
there a date on it, like 30 years ago? Let's see. Let's Says that's all right. Everyone else will figure out what they like on you. The algorithm will solve it. Kimberly.
Well, Kim put that filter in the microwave. No, 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 no. You don't put zinc oil additives in the microwave with it. No, not when you're adding.
Yeah, I couldn't believe what she was doing. She was messing with everybody and microwaving the filter. I wonder how many people watch that video and now they microwave their oil filter and they ruin their microwave and their sparks come out of the filter.
You think anybody's that dumb?
Should I do it? Should I do another troll?
No. I'm just gonna...
I bought a Beaver swamp cooler to the shop this week. Ooh, out in Arizona, you know, where it was dry, they had swamp coolers in one of the hangars. I didn't want them to run them anymore because all our tools got rusty. Because out in Arizona, you know, it's like 10% humidity and it's hot, you know. But once they were running those swamp coolers, they get the door shut and cools it off inside a little bit. Man, we had toolboxes full of rusty tools, and I was not happy about that. So, yeah, keep your tools, like, well-oiled. Dean Stevens, oh, well, I'm glad. No zinc in the micro sink.
That's right. Forms microflavins.
Microflavins.
Yeah, the zinc in the microwave causes microflavins, and that kills the juju birds, and the juju birds pollinate. They pollinate the truffula trees, and yeah, you just can't do that. We need that. You know, it sets the whole ecosystem off balance, and.
Were you watching TV last night?
No. Nope. Riboflavins. Yeah, riboflavonoids. Those are you know.
Swamp coolers are.
That's why we have science. It tells us about the things that we need to know.
Swamp coolers are a maintenance item. Done properly, the rust shouldn't be an issue. Nebraska eats anywho, yeah. Yeah, so you're probably used to keeping a coat of oil on everything. I take what's that stuff we use instead of WD-40? It's here somewhere.
WD-50? WD-50.
No, it's that green bottle.
WD-20.
What's the green bottle? Power Lube.
Here, open wide.
Power Lube.
I'll spray some in your ear.
No, it'll drain out the other ear. CRC Power Lube, not a sponsor. They are. It's a thin oil, kind of like WD-40, but it is a lubricant, unlike WD-40. But I just put that on rags, and while I'm wiping off the tools, keeps them clean, keeps a little bit on there. What time does everyone go to the dinner on Thursday on No Name Nationals? What was it, 5? They were talking about doing it an hour early this year, but I hope they don't, because there's people that are still showing. There's people that are still showing up late in the afternoon on Thursday. Put a Carafana microwave oil filter, makes gasket more pliable for better seal. Hey, Steve Edwards here. Hey, how you doing?
That's right.
Hey, we asked you a question last night, and you never really came up with an answer, but we learned something anyway. Kim went down to the board level, put a new capacitor on there.
It works now.
And it works beautifully so far. No smoke escaping. And the board's working. So
we turned a smoke machine back into an air conditioning machine.
Yep. So
pretty crazy.
Been working on his latest Centurion. It's a nice one. Man, you like those. Very good. We all idolize people can go back in those bike days, making jump ramps. Great days. Yeah, and one jump tried to make it across the Snake River Canyon. His parachute opened on the way up the ramp. Oh, man. Tim, trying to plan when to leave Colorado. Where would you go? We got a deep fryer full of oil to warm up any seal, particularly hydraulic cylinder seals. Okay. This one I get. Night all. I I got to get to bed. Working on 11 days work week. 11 days.
Oh, I'm sorry.
11 days a week.
Wendy, that's...
It's like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Man, there's a lot of Wednesdays in there.
I'm sorry. Man. Everybody's working so hard.
It says rock on, Mrs. Cat. Take care. Dean, it's all downhill from Colorado. How about a tandem bike with a trailer for the dog? Hey, you know what? I don't think it's all downhill from Colorado. I was watching, there's a guy that does live shows from Cheyenne, Wyoming, and he did one today in the afternoon, which is unusual because he's usually doing it in the evening. But the Thunderbirds were there, and he covered the Thunderbirds, the air show. And I was thinking about that. Of course, as a pilot, I think about everything. The field elevation there is 7,000 feet. That's pretty high up there. So they're coming down out of a loop. You know, they got to think about, you know, thinner air, and that's got to affect the way they do the air show. I was just really thinking about that. But maybe it's downhill from Wyoming. At one point along I-80 up there, it gets over 8,000 feet. 8,000 feet above sea level. Kevin Smith, 2 tires and a sheet of plywood. Cool, right?
Hell yeah.
Repays capacity, like batteries. People used to idolize you back then, Barry. That was king of the ramp.
Woo.
J-E-V-E-L, that's right. It was evil, not E-V-I-L. Kevin Smith, Snake River Canyon. Yep. I remember that well. It was in 1974. I know where I was. I was in my 74 Matador driving back to Travis Air Force Base, had the radio on, AM radio, listening to the live coverage of Eagle Knievel jumping across the Snake River Canyon. The parachute opened, going up the ramp. So he went in the river. But he was okay. Steve Stevenson says 7,016 at the top. At the top of what? Very good. I heard Evil was loaded on whiskey for that canyon jump. Who knows? He did drink. He had a cane that he opened up and took a swig out of it. It kind of ditched the oil.
Electric levels.
Tim, it's 6,500 here in 6,500 feet here in Colorado Springs. Okay. Evil knew that he'd never make it. He was just hoping that the parachute would work. Yeah, he hit the parachute first, but he blamed his motorcycle builder, who was a NASA engineer. I'm thinking. Yeah, I do have one. It's all the way in the back of the drawer where the tape measures are, I think. And it's in a yellow case, yellow and black case. And if it's not in that drawer, it's in the drawer below that. Do you think the sky cycle would have worked if it worked right? Man, it's hard to say. Let's see, I'm trying to catch up with the chat. Dean Stevens, while I was watching the Hot Rod September 57 release of the dual quad 350 big block Plymouth, 16 feet. You thought, where was it?
In a completely different drawer.
I'm sorry. It's back in the right rear, right? But I couldn't remember which drawer it was.
You're right about the right rear.
As I get under that pig, drip, 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 drip right on my forehead. Freaking water pump seal pissed on me. Isn't that how it is? You fix one thing and you find something else. Evel Knievel was nuts. He was something. Dean says, "Oh, Loveland Pass, located at I-70, elevation 11,990. I've been through there. I went through there with my 64 Ford, which had a 351 Windsor, and it run pretty good. And up there, I've told this before. I was almost at the top of that. I was over 11,000 feet, and there was a Porsche 911 coming up next to me. And I'm like, I'm not going to let that guy pass me. And I stuck my foot in it. I could hear the carburetor go, whoa, and the car didn't pick up any speed. And the Porsche went by me. I was like, man, the air's kind of thin up here. If I'd done that at sea level, that car would have been up over 100 in a couple of seconds. Luis, also in 74, I see the Long Car Chase movie. Oh, that's Gone in 60 Seconds. The original Gone in 60 Seconds, which as far as I was concerned was a good one. Yeah, go back and watch the original Gone in 60 Seconds movie. And I think you're right, it was 74, but I'm not sure. It says they're killing me, but ooh, what's this? Just write stuff down. Eight, 9, 2, 8, 9, 9. What the hell does that mean? You have to carry an oxygen bottle. No, but if you're climbing in an airplane, you should be on oxygen by then. I remember my instructor said to me, this is going to piss some people off. My instructor said to me, if you know you're climbing higher than you should be, you would have to wear oxygen. He says, put the oxygen on at 10,000 feet. Okay? And he goes, if you're a smoker, put the oxygen on at 2,000 feet. It's like, oh, makes that much difference? He goes, it makes that much difference. Okay. Kevin Smith, all vets get my respect. Well, thank you. I kind of got away with some. I feel like I went in during Vietnam, right at the end of Vietnam, when I took the oath. By the time I got into basic training, it was over. So I don't know. I ended up going to Travis Air Force Base, and there were people I knew ended up still in Southeast Asia. Luis, just like my math test back in 2011. It says I get a cooling unit this week. I'm so happy. Jim, when you go up there in altitude, you need to drink a lot of water. Okay, here's the list I made for. This is for the Zed sled. This list was made a while ago. Head gasket, studs, valve seals, thermostat. Everything there is done except the valve seals. Or you're writing more. She's making notes. I'm going to find out what this notes are. Okay. Head gasket studs, I read that. That's done. Prindle fix. Oh, my Prindle thing doesn't work right. It's not fixed. Tie rods, done. Trunk ground wire, done. Yeah, boat anchor, if you're still here, I got the ground wire done in the trunk. Flasher, done. LED taillights, done. LED side markers, done. Oil change, done. The only thing that isn't done is the Prindle. My Prindle pointer is still jacked up. So almost everything's done on this.
Okay, so I used the digital level. You lose 25% horsepower at 65,000 feet. 6,500.
I know at 18,000 feet, half the atmosphere is below me and half of it's above me. It's not enough to breathe. Okay, what? What are these numbers?
What do you say when somebody's really annoying you and asking you to do stuff? Below me. All right, so
what is this? LOL Buffalo Campo. I don't know what he's saying. What did I say that was funny? I don't know. Oh, maybe the list. Kevin Smith, I would have went if I was healthy back then. Military wouldn't let me in. Yeah, I was. That was Vietnam. People trying to get out and not have to go in. Well, I learned how to not go in. I went to take the physical, and I got to the eye test. There's a guy sitting there just turning this knob and doing the eye test. He didn't give a shit what he's doing. He didn't know how to operate the machine right. So I get up there and I look in the thing, and he goes, read the line, whatever number line. I read it perfectly. I could see it perfectly. So he goes, go to the next bigger line. And you kept going until I got to the big E at the top. I go, E. He's not looking at the same thing I'm looking at because he doesn't know how to operate the machine. So he fails me on the eye test. I get done to the whole thing. Then you go see an officer, and the officer says, you failed. He says, you being drafted or do you want to go in? I said, I'm enlisting. I want to go in. He goes, follow whatever line it was on the ground. Go see this doctor. He's going to check your eyes. So now I'm sitting in a room, big long room with a thing on the wall. It's paper. He has me read it. I read it right down to the 2013 line. And you pass, sends me back. So I passed the physical. So I told anybody, you don't want to go in the military? Just fail the eye test. Just tell them nonsense. You know, you don't have to go to Canada. It's like half the people I knew ran out to Canada to get out of going to the military. Let's see. There's a lot of tourists who come up here to snow ski get in trouble because they're used to the thin air. They don't drink water. But if you need breed value insurance after the work, oh yeah, you're right. Then there's a whole thing about that. Okay, Kim, can you talk to me? I'm going to have to ignore you guys for a few minutes. What are you saying?
I understood, Tim. They aren't used to the altitude, so they don't drink water. That's interesting. I hadn't considered that.
I understand.
Okay, so I used the level on the rim, right? And I took the average of this side and that side of the wheel, so I should have a reasonably, because it's only to one decimal place. At straight, they measure 90 degrees, and when I turn all the way to the right, it's 89.2, and when I turn all the way to the left, it's 88.9. So can we use those numbers to determine my...
Well, to do the caster right, you have to measure the angle 20 degrees this way and 20 degrees that way. Yes, Steve, I was only grounded to the deck lid, so I grounded the deck lid to the rest of the car, and that's why I did that. So I have a complete ground plane instead of a little tiny ground plane. So it's not really an accurate measurement, and you don't know which direction it is. And I know you've got caster issues because we could see it. You're on the right track, but it's not very good the way you did it. I'm thinking. One of these paydays, I'm going to have enough money. I'm going to buy the turn plates and the hook gauge. I don't know. I'm so good at doing wheel alignments the old-fashioned way, the back in the day, the 1970s way, that I want to do it again. But I don't know if I really want to be crawling under cars, paying for the turn plates and all that. Yeah, I'd have like $300 or $400 in the tools. How many wheel alignments are you going to do? I don't know. You're just staring at me.
I don't know. Are you saying you can't figure it out from those numbers?
No, I can't figure it. Well, it's not the math. It's like, which way did it go? You've got... Did it go this way? Or did it go... Did it go this way? Or did it go... I can't make my hand do... You got to know which way it goes when you turn it which way. And you've got, it's like positive numbers both ways, so I know that's not right. And you don't know if you only turned it 20 degrees, because you got to turn it 20 degrees. Yeah, so I don't know what that is. You you make the measurement at 20 degrees one way and 20 degrees the other way, and the hub gauge will actually have the caster on there. So you turn it 20 degrees one way and you zero it, turn it 20 degrees the other way, and then it'll tell you negative or positive. So this is telling you that there's caster, but it doesn't tell you which direction. It doesn't really tell you the amount. Like I said, you're on the right track, but it's not good enough to adjust it. Does it pull one way or the other going down the road? Let go to go straight. So the caster's probably equal on both sides, or close to it. Or it's not equal and you got one real low tire. Because that'll make it pull too. So let's see. I saw somebody come in here. Tom Dalton. Assist. I'm up. IA chat. I'm not sure. And then he says SS. I'm not sure what that is. I was thinking I smell smoke. But I wish I put your car on the Hunter alignment rack I used to use back in the day. Yeah, I use a Bear, all Bear stuff on a drive up on it alignment rack. There's a. Did you use a scuff gauge at all? I love scuff gauges. And what I learned was at Bear School, they said when you get done with all the fancy stuff, drive the car over the scuff gauge and make sure it's right. I said, okay. Because even the instructors trusted the scuff gauge more than they did the all the laser stuff. They want to go to nuclear power school. Did I smell my own smoke? It's glorious. Dean, toe out on turn stuff. Oh, we're not talking about toe. We're talking about caster angle. Yeah, and there's cars that actually, like the first Ford vans that had the engine forward, they toe in on turns. I can't believe Ford even did that. But they're backwards. They toe in on turns and they wipe tires out. In the U.S., of course, you're on the right side of the road. So when you make a right turn, it's real tight. So you get a van that drives around town a lot, they wipe the front tires out. And they'll wipe them out on the outside of the left side because it turns way too far. And then there's cars like the 55 through 7 Chevys. You turn 20 degrees on this side, they're 20 degrees on this side. There's no Ackerman, which is toe out on turns. So hers, when you turn it, it goes really negative caster. You can see it. So she's trying to measure it. So
what's it supposed to have?
I don't know. I guess about a degree or something. Who wants to look up the wheel alignment specs on a 66 Dart and see what the caster angle is supposed to be? I mean, I can see that. When I can see it like that, I know it's a lot. And, on a car with manual steering, that'll make it's real easy to steer. So, and that's why they run negative caster. Negative caster is where it's backwards from like a motorcycle where it rolls into the turn like this. Positive caster makes it a lot harder to turn, but cars that have power steering, you just overpower that.
Is it harder to steer, which makes it feel more precise?
Oh, positive caster will be more precise, but it makes it harder to steer. And yours is negative caster. And maybe, when you got a car that's designed with negative caster, there might not be enough adjustment to make it a positive caster. I mean, I've done that on Chevelles. I took my Chevelle, my 66 Chevelle, and I made it positive caster. Oh my God, there were a stack of shims in there this big. Then I was afraid the upper control arm was going to come loose, so I had to put it back the way it was. Because I wanted positive caster on that car. None of them are positive caster. Buddy Carfano only used scuff tool a couple of times. Boss, old school, took steering wheel off. Never. Now then the steering gear's not on high point. You adjust the tie rod sleeves the same amount on either side to keep the steering gear on high point. If you take it off, well, two problems with taking it off. A lot of cars have a master spline, so you pull it off and then it's not going to go on any place but one, but a lot of cars don't have that. But if you straighten the steering wheel up. By doing that, you really want the steering gear on high point. Now, she adjusted her steering gear, and she put it on high point before she adjusted it, because that's where it's going to be the tightest. And steering's a lot better on hers now.
Tim, I never changed the screw in the front wheel bearing. It's a drywall screw, and it's working perfect.
She's full of it.
Didn't matter. The alignment on Astro vans were horrible.
I remember riding with a guy in a.
No one ever came up with a number for this.
I don't remember what it was. I think it was an old Chevy pickup. I'm not sure. It was a friend of mine worked in the alignment shop with me, and he goes, "Jump in, go with me." And we're driving, and what he'd done is he got the steering gear on high point, and the steering wheel's off center. So we go driving down the street, and he had the nut off. And while we're driving, he takes the steering wheel off and goes like this and puts it on straight. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. He had the steering wheel off. I'm thinking, if you don't line those splines up the first time, we're going to be ballistic going down the road. I didn't like that at all. But high point on the steering gear is really important. Of course, since then, all these rack and pinion units, they don't have a high point. But a recirculating ball does. So, my car, it's slightly off center, so we have to go in and adjust both tie rods a little bit. So, this wheel goes out a tiny bit, and this wheel goes goes in a tiny bit. So the toe doesn't change, but we center the steering wheel up. And that's assuming my it's assuming my steering gear's on a high point. No, it's a rack, so it doesn't matter as long as it's equal both directions. And I'm not sure that is. I should probably check that first. And I think mine has a master spline, so you can't move the steering wheel on the shaft. Most Fords had a master spline. Most GM cars did not, from what I remember. But geez, that was over 50 years ago. And who knows what happened since then. Kevin Smith says, I was changing idle arms a lot. Me too. Idle arms went bad a lot. I bought a 62 Ford in Rantoul, Illinois, back when I was in school in the Air Force. The steering was real shitty, and the front tires were baloney skins. So I put 2 tires on it, and I went to a bear alignment shop, of course, because I'd worked in a bear alignment shop before. And I was with a friend, and the guy put it up on the rack, and his phone rang, so we went in to get a phone. And I looked underneath, and I saw the bushings all forced out of the idler arm. So I said to my friend, if this guy's worth a darn, he's going to tell me it needs an idler arm. And the guy comes back from his phone call, sits on his little chair, grabs a bumper, pulls himself onto the car, and he goes, comes right back out from under it, and he goes, you need an idler arm. He saw it right off. I said, okay, let's do an idler arm. I just want the toe set. I just want to not wipe tires out. Here, Buff, you take the wheel. Of course, now they have these unlockable wheels like race car drivers have. So I guess it'd be easy. Yeah, Buddy Carpano says we did a lot of used cars for shady car lots. Yeah, I understand that. Tommy Hanlon. Good morning. How you doing? Pitt says, I used to line 6,000 RPM shafts within 1,000 of an inch. Then my tire alignment guy tells me he has issues. Kevin says, I love the Astrovans, but don't miss the front end issues. I had an Astrovan for quite a while. I bought it in auction, meaning to sell it. But I ended up, it had a trailer hitch on, nice big hefty trailer hitch. So I used to use it to go to the auctions and bring my and tow cars back with the tow dolly. And it had a V6 in it. It had one of those little short sawed-off Jody small block V6s. What is that? 4.3, and it pulled cars just fine.
Okay.
Have you ever used RXP gas booster? I'm not even sure what that is. Okay, Kim.
I'm not going to draw it. I'm going to try and show you.
Okay.
Okay. Front tires.
Okay.
When I turn them this way,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
It leans.
That's negative cast. Think of a motorcycle being positive cast.
Right.
And that is negative cast. Negative caster will tend to wander a little bit, depends on how negative it is, but it makes it easier to steer because it doesn't want to center back up quickly. Positive caster will want to make it center up quickly. And too much positive caster will shimmy like hell unless every front end part is fit perfectly. Like a Mercedes. Mercedes has a darn huge positive caster, but pretty nice stuff, you know.
Right.
Ford trucks have a lot of positive caster, like the old twin I-beams and the ones that have the, especially the solid axles, like 64 and earlier, they had an I-beam axle. They have positive caster, a lot of positive caster, and when the what do you call them? The kingpins start to wear out, they'll death wobble, they'll shake it to hell. And you can get rid of it by going more negative caster, and you can shim the axle with these wedge-shaped shims, or you replace you redo the kingpins. But everything has to be tight with positive caster. A little positive caster, not so much.
What if one's positive, one's negative?
It'll pull like hell one direction or the other, usually. And it'll pull toward the positive side. Is that right? It's pull toward the negative. It'll pull. It wants to go. I guess it's going to pull toward the negative side, I guess. I'm not sure what an RXP gas booster is. You're going to have to tell me. 4.3 is bulletproof. Yeah, it's a small block Chevy that's sawed off. So, Kim, what are you doing? You're working with your big noise. Caster is off. You'll go in circles. Well, if it's off on one side. You know what you do? You just put more air pressure on the tire on the other side. That's the first thing about a wheel alignment. Make sure you have the same size tires on both sides, and make sure the air pressure is the same. Tom says, death wobble from worn kingpins or ball joints or a humdinger. Yep. And that's when you have positive caster. If you got negative caster, you'll never feel it. If you got positive caster, like like a couple of degrees, and worn out kingpins or ball joints, yeah, it'll shake your teeth out.
So this one leans out a lot more than that. That one's leaning in this way. This one's leaning out, which makes sense. That means they're both
the same or very close.
But this one's leaning out more, whole degree more than that.
Well, you don't know how many degrees you've turned it. I mean, you can kind of.
I just know when I turn that one all the way to the lock, this is a lot more.
Well, and another thing is it's not naturalized. You know what I mean by naturalized? You got to roll the car back and forth a little bit, or that it really doesn't tell you what's going on. All's here. Hi, how you doing? I was going to say hello, and then I said, how you doing? So it sounded like I said hell, because I did, but that's not what I meant. But a Carfano, that's a job I never do. Again, kingpin bushings on a twin I-beam Ford. I don't know, we did quite a few of them. We had all the reamers and the equipment, and I don't know. This friggin'
when I turn this the whole way out, still leaning out.
Well, you got a natural, just, you got to roll the car a little bit too. Okay, let's see. So now it's going that way. Oh, it is leaning out at the top.
Yes. Yes, it is. It always leans out. So they're not the same left or right. Then again,
Doesn't look like it leans out. Get a square and put it on the floor and measure it that way.
I gotta jack both sides up of the car because one side.
If you put a square on the floor isn't perfect, but it'll give you a quick idea if it's negative or positive. Pitt says this Frigate 3.9 Chrysler V6 runs like garbage. 150 psi compression test across the floor. As good as new at 230K, but it runs like crap.
It does. I thought Pitt was telling us that he replaced the fuel system.
Well, he still has problems.
He still has problems. Runs like crap. Did he replace the injectors?
Can you hear her? I don't know if you can hear her from all the way across the shop. She says, did you replace them?
He said he had the wrong fuel pressure, but he fixed that. So he has the fuel pressure, so that means the filter's fine.
Pitt says, new updated injectors. At the end of the day, the 15 psi fuel pressure is killing me.
Yeah. But he fixed it, right? And that still runs bad. Still runs bad with its fuel pressure fix. Good compression.
You got fuel, you got compression. What's the timing?
Tim, that really looks like it's negative.
Okay, we'll find out some stuff. What's the timing doing? It's computer controlled.
He says Bosch Series 3 injector.
What's the timing doing?
Do you watch the timing and see what it does? Is the computer telling it the right things, or is it going berserk? Put a timing light on it and follow it. Don't try and adjust it. Just see what it does when you crack the throttle and stuff like that. Maybe
That's a good description of how an engine runs. Berserk.
Maybe it's I don't know what kind of controls are feeding the information to that fuel injection system. It sounds like something's not sending it a good message, Telling it.
Kevin says, put on a carburetor, problem solved.
Well, maybe, but not everybody wants to do that. Some states you're not allowed to do that, so I don't just yell that out like it's always an option.
Well, and the car we did that to, the truck we did that to, it's what do they call it, an off-road truck?
It's an old piece.
We drive it around the property,
Nobody's had that that truck on the road in 10 years.
It won't be on the road. Damn it, Kev. No, this pit site says, no, stop feeding my old man inclinations. Heck, make a manifold that looks like this and put 6 lawnmower carburetors on it. That shouldn't be too much work.
Oh, yeah.
Kim, you got the drain fluid back in?
Fill the oil up. It's done. Oil changes.
Pick-
I'm working on the line.
Oh, I see this down here. This is that oil. Okay.
Here's the one that came out.
Okay, I wanted to make sure you put oil in before we started. That's all.
Yeah, it's probably about 3.5 quarts of oil in it, and it's filled up filters.
But we're still going to have to run it, make sure.
Are you guys still live? No, we're dead. What? Sorry. We didn't make it.
Not alive, live.
From New York, it's Saturday night.
Yeah, we've been on here for 3 hours and 45 minutes. Rotten egg smell of converter plug. Mexican spec is back. Mexican spec is well. He's the one that asked you guys still live. Yeah. Did you burn everything? Man, that's pretty cool. In Mexico, you can burn stuff. Well, here you got to have a burn permit during the winter time because everything dries. In the summertime, you don't need a burn permit. So we can burn stuff here in Tennessee. Ooh, what was that noise?
It's fine.
Something clunked.
Don't worry.
I don't know what she's doing. So you do have new oil, and you have new oil filter. Good. That's something I've been worried about. But with the weight off, it's going to be way different because you got unequal length control arms, so the caster, everything's going to change when you jack it up. So I've burned some. I have a lot to burn. What do you burn? I wonder what he's burning. Old Volkswagens. No, don't burn up old Volkswagens. They're worth too much. At one time, you could do that. It says, I'm burning tonight, too. So you can burn in Nebraska. You can burn here. Where I lived in California, it was a little town. They stopped everybody from, yeah, it was wintertime. They stopped everybody from burning in their fireplaces and their wood stoves. No longer allowed. And then the smoke police come around. There were people, that's the only way they could heat their house. They had to go out and buy electric heaters and stuff. Dean says Buffdale, Campo, and Kimborghini are being slave drivers. Mexican inspector. If I burn in a small barbecue, so when it's full, I stop till next week. Oh, I see. Pitts says, I'm burning inside. Is that like you ate something bad? You're burning inside. You got to take antacids. Are you burning inside the house? Got a fireplace. A fireplace in the summer. Gets rid of the humidity, I guess. Yeah, Dean, you have a fireplace or a wood stove down there in the wintertime, like now to keep yourself warm? How do you warm yourself? Mexican spec says, when the guy cuts the branches on my trees, I let it dry and burn it. Oh, okay. Hope it's not one of your feet. Mango pulp. First time I've seen you here. Welcome. And Luis is speaking Spanish to Mexican spec. He said. Buddy Carafano says, burn what you want as long as it's not dinner. Yeah, it's never good. No estoy a whole bunch of Spanish. I'm not going to try to speak Spanish because I won't make it sound right. This burn smells like skunks. You can see it's a Frank Zappa. Hurts on it. Yeah. Straight bullet. They parachute firemen onto my property if I try to burn vegetation this time of year. Yeah, well, you're in California. I used to have a real nice political shit, but it's funny. I used to have a nice California flag, and up there where the star is, there was a hammer and sickle. Mexican spec says, I'm soaked from sweat top to bottom. Dean Stevenson, we have an AC unit from Mitsubishi Black Diamond. So that also heats, I suppose. It's a heat pump. when I was law enforcement job, I was on I had an oral to do. So you had 3 guys here, and one of them's an asshole, and the other 2 are pretty decent. And you gotta get questioned by all 3 of them. So I'm sitting there, and the guy is kind of an asshole. Bends toward me. He goes, and I'm in California. He goes, on the American flag, which way does the bear face? Toward the pole or away from the pole? And he's kind of gruff about it. I'm sitting there and I think, I said, you know, I don't recall seeing a bear on the American flag. I wonder how the other people that had that oral, how they answered that. If they told them that bear faces toward or away from the pole. He did say American flag. But he's messing with me. Don't say that too loud up there listening. If you're afraid of heights, you have someone trim your trees. No ladders for me. Yeah, I've had people come over here. It's a guy and his son, and they climb up in the tree, and they got pulleys and ropes and all this stuff, and they cut and they lower stuff down. Then we cut it all up and we just burn it, you know, in the wintertime for in the wood stove.
Yeah, but he didn't say California flag.
I have a guy with a machete. I don't think you're allowed to have a machete in California. I don't think you're allowed to have a pocket knife in California. Man, when we were kids, we were in Cub Scouts. We had to carry our pocket knife with us every day. That was a California flag. Yeah, right. That's why he said that. He was messing with me because we were in California. So he was real gruff and he was like trying to mess with me. And he goes, "Which way is a bear face he says, on the American flag, which way does a bear face?" But you know, in your head, you're thinking the bear, California flag. So he wants to make sure you're paying attention. I was paying attention. So what are the ropes for? I don't know. They used them they had pulleys and ropes, and they tied branches off and cut them and then lowered them down, and I don't know, they're doing all this stuff, and they did it very nicely. Dean Stevens says, away from the pole in California. Dean Stevens, I saw it on the California flag. Yeah, well, the way I answered him is, I said, American flag? I said, I don't recall seeing a bear on the American flag. And they just went on to the next question. The Kiwis damn everything, like the TVA, power from the Manapori, the Kluka, and the white somewhere river dams. I bought a nice stainless machete. Oh, Pitt says, my brother-in-law hides it from me. I think he's afraid. We don't have any more grizzly bears in California, only on the flag. Okay, so your job's been got real quiet. When you get like this, it's like, oh, I'm for bed, everyone. I'm too tired. Feeling better, everyone. I think you just ran out of gas. You have that look.
4 hours is a pretty good stream. What do you think?
Why would a bear face the pole? Only if you had to pee?
Good night, Olive.
Oh, geez.
You guys have been a great audience.
Thank you for being here. We are entertained equally of your entertainment. We made some progress. We had some wins. I hope you guys are doing all right. Stay well. Thanks for all your comments. Thank you to Mexican Spec and Kevin for being here as moderator. We got some visits from a lot of friends.
And Pitt's asking about the AC because came in really late. The AC, we had to order parts. They're not here yet. Okay, you want to go through the whole explanation again?
It's going to be fast. This clutch, we do not have a coil that matches to it. And the other one that we had, it doesn't line up the belts properly, and the coil from that one doesn't work here. So we don't have we have mismatch of parts. So we put the correct parts on order. They're going to take a couple days to get here, and that's the only straightforward way We don't want to drill a bunch of brackets and stuff and try and mess with it. Plus, I damaged the other pulley trying to do something last night, so we're just waiting for the correct ones to come in. Kim is kicking us out again. Yeah, you can't
Max
say all
inspect,
night.
that's correct. Station wagon.
Yeah, see, Tim has to get to bed so he can work on his truck tomorrow.
The good thing that happened to the air conditioning was Kim took that board off her new machine, and it was a burn-up capacitor.
The AC machine's working.
She soldered a new capacitor in. She put that in there. I figured it'd just burn up the capacitor again because I figured something else was causing it. But nope, it worked. The machine, digital readout came up. Everything seems to be working right now.
I've got hoses on order because you need 5 hoses for that machine, and the gauges only have 3. So I ordered another set of hoses that wasn't expensive. I can hook the hoses up to the reclaim tank, and then I got to run through its cycle, and I have to read the instructions because I really don't know which buttons to hit in what order. So,
but the smoke didn't come out again.
Right, it is no longer a smoke machine. It is now a refrigerant recovery machine again, which is fantastic, and we're going to hopefully stay that way. But it's a very old machine. It might make it through the test cycle, or it may not. And we've got his car out. It's sitting just up that way until we have the pulley, and we have a couple little things. But his car is really close. And then my car, we just did an oil change, and I'm taking a peek at the alignment.
So I'll start another firestorm. Or maybe they'll just think I'm stupid. So a pulley, does it pull the belt? It's a closed loop. Or does it push the belt? Is it a pushy or a pulley? They're going to look at me like, what an idiot. A friend of mine used to try to convince me that it pushed the belt. Are you okay?
I'm pretty worn out.
See, somebody said that.
Oh, yeah, Tim had the day off for the block party. I hope you have lots of good memories.
How many Fairmont wagons can I send for Tuesday? Buddy Carpano sent a whole stack of pictures already. I haven't looked at them. I didn't open any of his emails, but Tuesday night I'll be opening them. So I'm sure there's some in there.
That's right, wagons. That's right. The next stream that we're going to do is Tuesday night, and obviously we're in the green screen studio, so we can take your pictures. And the topic is wagons. So send pictures to buckdelcampo@gmail.com of wagons, and we will have a
working lineman shop 50 years ago. There's a young guy. I thought he was an older guy. He was like 19 or 20 or something, and I was 17. I was new there. There was a guy there that was retired Navy that was probably in his 30s, and he was a rough guy. He's always in a terrible mood. And then the boss was older. So this gruff guy, he's going, which car's next? I got to put another car in alignment around. What's next? The guy's 19. His name was Bill. Bill says to him, he goes, it's that Ford wagon out there. And the old Navy guy goes, wagon, station wagon. Bill goes, no, stupid covered wagon. Well, then the old Navy guy, he just blows the gasket. Well, what the hell's wrong with you? Who said anything about a stagecoach, It just went downhill from there. But yeah, wagon. Station wagon. That's what we're doing Tuesday. No stagecoaches. No covered wagon. Okay.
I look forward to it.
We just went over 4 hours. So I'm clicking out of the ad that's about ready to play.
You guys have been great. If you're still here, you get 2 points for staying till the very end.
Yes, Kevin. Gonna send pics of his wagon.
Standing block party. All right.
Yeah, he's an old Navy guy. He was 33 at the time.
I forgot.
He just died. He was like 86, I think.
We're not supposed to talk about that.
Yeah, I know. It's just another friend that just, happened.
Everybody have a great night. He's probably going to cut it off while I'm talking, like he always does.
I'm supposed to cut it off after she's finished talking, but she keeps talking
until you're done, because I don't do that.
Good night, everybody.
Don't stick your hand in front of my face. Goodness, it's terrible.
Good.
Whew.
Are you finished talking?